Good evening. This time I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of November 21st, 2016. Please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Alexander? Here. Commissioner McMahon?
Here.
Commissioner Nichols?
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Here.
Chair Newman?
Here. Now is the time for public comment. This is a period for comment on items of interest to Thousand Oaks planning that are not on our agenda for this evening. I have one public speaker card from Victor Montalvan. If you'd approach the dais, please. For the record, please state your name and city of residence, and you have 5 minutes, sir. Good evening.
Montalvan, Newbury Park. And long time no see, Mr. Shepherd. I hope I can read my own handwriting here. Okay, due to graffiti on the property of the County of Ventura, and the lack of action they have taken, I felt compelled to seek help elsewhere. On the wall of their flood control channel, just east of Borchard Road overpass, is a large swath of the graffiti blight. I'd say it's approximately 8 to 10 feet high by at least 50 to 60 feet long. For the past year, literally, on a monthly basis, I have contacted Supervisor Parks' Thousand Oaks office requesting mitigation of this blight. On the 1st of this month, I appeared before the Board of Supervisors. At that time, I was informed that they rely on volunteers. Now, this is a county. I mean, they rely on volunteers to alleviate graffiti. Due to their indifference or lack of action to address this problem, I can only conclude that this policy is woefully inadequate. In closing, allow me to say that we all know how poorly graffiti reflects on the community. And knowing how expeditiously our city moves on it, I am hopeful, using your sphere of influence and persuasion, we can alleviate this eyesore. Like I said, I've been at it a year with them. I don't know. One last thing, and it might be the most important. We do not want toxic waste dumped into our watershed. What might be the toxicity of this paint being washed into the watershed? And what negative impact may it cause? Any questions?
Mr. Montalvan, thank you for your comments. Do the commissioners have any questions of the speaker? No, sir, I guess not.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you again for registering your concern. Mr. Shepherd, do we have any written comments, announcements, or continuances?
Yes, we do, actually. Please be advised that, as you'll see in your packet, case 6A is being continued tonight. This was from Topa Motors to allow light standards to remain on top of the newly built auto dealership. It's being continued to a date uncertain. The applicant has asked, and staff has concurred as far as this continuance due to some redesign proposals and working out the details of that. So once the applicant has revised plans, we've looked at it and so forth, we'll reschedule if need be. Okay. Second, we also have a supplemental packet that was sent out this afternoon. It clarifies some of the discussion that will be heard on case B, 6B tonight. Also some corrections to some of the conditions. And we also received this afternoon a letter from the Conejo Oak Tree Advocates concerning Case 6B also. And that's what we have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Heher, does the continuance on Case 6A require a vote of the commission?
In this case, you can do one if it's your pleasure, Chair. Because there's a date uncertain, it's not necessary. Usually when we have a date certain, we want to make sure that...
I'm not going to stand on ceremony then.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on then to Case 6B. Will the clerk please call that case?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case DBMJ 2015-70581, LD 2015-70579, OTP 2015-70580, PPD 2015-70612, PPD 2015-70613. Applicant Jack Shackett. Request to consider mitigated negative declaration, subdivide approximately 10 acres into 4 single-family residential lots, construct 2 single-family dwellings, allow removal of 8 oak trees, and allow encroachment into the protected zones of 5 oak trees. Location, north of Lynn Road, east of Kelly Road.
All right, thank you. And for our staff presentation this evening, I believe Mr. Matt Chang will be leading the presentation from the city's planning staff. Good evening, Mr. Chang.
Good evening, Chair Newman and members of the Commission. And for your consideration tonight, land division application, or PPD, precise plan of design application, and other precise plan of design application, as well as the oak tree permit application, have been submitted and for the consideration by the Planning Commission. And if you can turn the attention in front of you, for this subject application, the location is close to the corner, northeast corner of Lynn Road and West Kelly Road. And the applicant, the request is to ask the Planning Commission to adopt amending number 2015-70581, as well as to allow the subdivision of approximately 10-acre property into 4 single-family residential lots, allow the construction of 2 single-family homes, as well as the removal of 8 oak trees, and allow encroachment within the protected zone of 5 oak trees. And this is an aerial picture of the subject properties. And currently, the subject property is one lot of record, but it has 2 separate APNs, assessed parcel number, because this used to be 2 separate lots. But right now, just one lot of record was approximately 10 acres. In my background, in the staff report, staff went into little discussion about why there were 2 separate APN numbers. And this is the proposed site plan for the project site. The project is requesting 4 residential lots, and the kind of red shaded area, that's the disturbed area. What that means is that's where the construction is going to take place, basically for the driveway access road, for the grading of the lot, and also the fire department turnaround areas. And so for lot 1 and 3, they will be using from Lynn Road to the lot 1 and 3. But for lot number 4, they're going to be using West Kelly Road. So down a little bit south of this picture, they're going to use West Kelly Road, which is a private access road, to get into that lot number 4. Staff mentioned before that this is one lot of record, but also has 2 separate APNs. Back in 1992, Planning Commission approved the northern part of the parcel, which is currently the proposed lot number 1, to be a separate lot. And in 2005, there was a lot line adjustment application approved to modify two separate lot, basically the lot configurations, but still maintain the same number of lots. So it's still going to be two lots, but their configuration is different. In this particular case, the northern and southern parcel become one property, even though they have two separate APNs, but just one lot. In 2015, November, the application were submitted to request the development. And this picture is showing the front entrance private driveway accessing from Lynn Road. Basically, the 25 feet wide private driveway is used to be it's going to be served lot 1 to 3. So basically for lot number 1, number 2, and number 3. And this is the access point for lot 1 to 3. And it will be a 25 feet wide private driveway, but also going to have a gate somewhere down the driveway. But in front of the gate, there will be a turnaround area just in case for any visitors or delivery truck that won't be able to get into the gate. So they have a turnaround backup area to back up Lynn Road. This is a picture looking at lot number 1, looking toward north directions. And for lot number 1, the applicant is going to be using retaining walls to lower the pad elevations. And for the lot number 1, it's proposed to have going to be a one-story house with a maximum 16 feet building height. And this is a picture standing at the corner of the access driveway and also the entrance to lot number 2, where the split off on the right-hand side is the proposed access road, and on the left-hand side is the driveway that going to lot number 2. This is a picture looking at lot number 2. In front of it will be the kind of proposed garage, and on the right-hand side will be the proposed single-family house. This is the view of lot number 3, looking toward the east direction. And you can see from this picture that the pad for the lot number 3 is at lower pad elevations. So that's why staff has reviewed this project and does not consider the lot number 3 will have a significant visual impact because the pad elevation actually is lower than some of the surrounding ridge. And as you can see by this picture that the pad is relatively flat, so we have less 25% encroachment for lot number 3. And this is a picture of the existing West Kelly Road access gate. This, for the purpose, this will be the access point for lot number 4. Basically, if the future owner wants to get into lot number 4, they will need to get into the West Kelly Road gate. Get into the gate and make a right turn and kind of make another right turn and go to the right side of this picture to access lot number 4. And the applicant has already obtained access easement for both property owners to have a legal access to lot number 4. And this is the picture a little bit toward the corner of the West Kelly Road and Lynn Road. And basically the driveway kind of continue to the access to number 4. So the lot number 4 kind of behind those trees on this picture. And staff has evaluated this project in terms of general plan, Thousand Oaks general plan elements. And for the land use element of the Thousand Oaks general plan, the property is designated as a very low density residential, as well as undevelopable land. And staff has discussed what triggers undevelopable land. And basically, undevelopable land designation usually identified in the city general plan as usually happens for a certain property that's within a ridgeline area. They also have a steep sloping terrain. but it does not mean that it's undevelopable. But in this case, we have to look at on case-by-case scenario to see where the developments are and how much grading, encroachment they're proposing. In this case, staff has reviewed this project and considered that the project comply with the general plan element, and because of the following reasons. First of all, the 25% encroachment for this project is only 1.7% of the total project area. 25% encroachment for this project is about 7,650 square feet, and it's only 1.7% of the total 10-acre lot. And so the environmental document, staff does not believe this project will have a significant impact on the environment. And the last but not least, the majority of this project site, which is 77%, will remain natural, which is kind of inconsistent with city's policy. And staff would like to mention that in staff report, as well as the attachment, there are other projects within the vicinity that have the same destination, which is undevelopable land. But those developments were approved because they meet a certain criteria. For example, the limit to 25% encroachment, no significant impact to the environment, as well as they preserve the majority of the lot space. This is the land use element for the surrounding areas. You can see the picture that the red shaded circle is the subject property, and there are 4 homes to the north of this subject site that were approved, as well as the tract on the west of West Kelly Road that were approved under the same general plan land use element designations. So staff will look at from case to case that whether development meet a certain criteria, so those development could be supported. And in terms of scenic highways elements, city with this designated 101 freeway and Lynn Road as the city scenic corridors, and staff has reviewed this project in terms of scenic highway elements review. And for lot number 1, and we have a condition limit the building height to be 16 feet. And there's a picture, I think there are pictures in the M&D kind of showing the proposed simulation. Staff does not believe this project will have a significant impact from 101 freeway because the distance from 101 freeway as well as the 16 feet building height. And as for lot number 2 and 3, they're at lower elevations, kind of surrounding by other hills. So, and in this case, staff also doesn't believe that any proposed lot or houses on lot number 2 or 3 will have any significant visual impact from the city scenic corridors. For lot number 4, any proposed houses on lot number 4 will require a future precise plan of design application review. And the purpose of the precise plan of design application review is to review the house plotting, exterior elevation plans, and also the floor plan of the house. And also the PPD review will ensure the compatibility as well the architectural design meets city's criteria. And there are other houses along Lynn Road which went through a similar process. And staff has imposed a condition that lot number 4 will require a separate PPD application to ensure any future development of this house will comply with city design criteria as well as meeting the intent of scenic highways elements. And as for cultural resources, staff mentioned in my report that the applicant's consultant has identified some resources on the north and west side of pad on lot number 1. And the applicant has made effort to modify the grading to kind of to preserve the natural resources. And for example, the applicant is limiting the development to the lower portion of lot number 1, as well as to propose to have a 1.5 to 1 slope on the west side of the pad number 1 to preserve those resources. Through the monitoring plans as well as project conditions, staff is recommending the commission to impose those conditions so we can limit any future developments outside the approved graded pad area to preserve those resources. For the project grading, this project will have a balanced grading, so no export. And the grading, it is staff's understanding that grading will be done in a single phase. For the project's slope, there will be no slope that's exceed 25 feet in vertical height, and there was a condition in this condition suggested that applicant to comply with those conditions. And there are 4 separate pads, and the pad size for the 4 lots are range from 11,000 square feet to 21,000 square feet. Staff mentioned before that the 25 or steepest natural terrain encroachment is approximately 7,650 square feet, and city and those we have approved 25 or steeper natural encroachment if those are involved with fingers or pockets within the residential lot. And it is staff's position that those fingers or pockets of 25% can be supported because they're relatively minor encroachment, and also they preserve the rest of the bigger chunk of 25% to be a natural. And also part of the 25% is going to be used for the 25 feet wide private driveway accessing to lot number 1 to number 3. And onto the access road, staff mentioned before a 25 feet wide private driveway is going to be serving lot number 1 to 3. And for this project, the applicant is not proposed to have any sidewalk. And the reason is to reduce the grading. The 25% encroachment is the oak tree impact. And for lot number 4, the access will be accessing to West Kelly Road, a gated private road through the access easement. And the applicant has obtained the access easement document from other or adjacent property owners. So the applicant has a legal access from West Kelly Road to lot number 4. For the access design, Ventura County Fire Protection District, as well our City Public Works Department they have reviewed the access road design, the width, and also the standards, and they support the access road design. For this project, the applicant is proposing to subdivide the 10-acre lot into 4 residential lots. And for 4 residential lots, the applicant intends to build 2 if the applicant can get approval from the Planning Commission. So for 2 separate lots, they will require to go to 2 separate PPD application. That's the reason for 2 separate PPD application here. So one will be lot number 1, which will be a 1-story house on top of the project site, and the 1-story house will be approximately there'll be a building height limitation, which is 16 feet, which is consistent with their previous entitlement approval for lot number 1. And for lot number 3 will be a 2-story house with approximately 23 to 24 feet building height. And staff has reviewed the design for both houses, and they are in compliance with city's municipal code in terms of setback, parking, driveway requirement, as well as city's residential design criteria, the precise plan of design criteria. For lot number 2 and lot number 4, it is staff's understanding that the applicant intends to let the future developer to build those 2 homes. So a separate precise plan of design application is required So those two lots will go through a separate design review process for the plotting of the homes, for setback-wise, for the exterior design. And also, if there's any future changes to the grading, the precise plan of design application, we'll need to review that as well. This site has now 99 oak trees, and this project is requesting to remove 8 oak trees. 4 of them will be coast live oak, and 4 will be scrub oaks. And the project will encroach 5 oak trees, and also the 1 will be coast live oak, 4 will be scrub oak. The applicant has changed the design, kind of redesigned the lot number 2 to minimize the oak tree impact. The previous design showing additional oak tree to be removed, and in the current proposal, the lot number 2 was limited to 6 oak tree removal and preserved most of the oak trees impact. And staff has reviewed this oak tree proposal and is recommending the support for the oak tree permit for the following reasons. First of all, the project size limit to the center of the lot, which is not only reduce the number of oak tree impact, but also minimize the grading or 25% encroachment. And second of all, the city's oak tree regulation states that for every live or oak trees, there will be a replacement ratio, and the project is conditioned to have to replace with 23 oak trees, and basically will have a higher density of trees and also allow a proper future growth for those trees as well. And through the environmental review, staff does not believe this project will have a significant impact for the oak tree removals. For the environmental review, a draft MND was circulated for 30 days, from October to November of this year for 30 days. And 1 public comment was received during that time, and staff has prepared a response in the final MND, which the commissioners, you have a copy of. And with all the mitigation and so project conditions, it is staff's position that those potential impacts could be reduced to a less than significant level. And the mitigation monitoring plan and also the mitigation measures and project conditions identified in the MND are required as part of the condition of approval, but also listed in the project conditions as well. In conclusion, staff is recommending the Planning Commission to adopt the MND 2015-70581 and approve a mitigation monitoring plan, approve LD 2015-70579, and approve the 2 PPD applications for lot number 1 and lot number 3, and also at the end recommending approval of the oak tree permit for the removal of 8 oak trees and also encroachment of 5 oak trees, based upon the findings and subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. And staff would like to point out that there are other city staff members out here. We have Rick Burgess from the Community Development Department to answer any environmental related questions. And also we have city's oak tree consultant, John Ennis, to answer any oak tree related questions. But also I have Shay Johnson from our Ventura County Fire Protection District to answer fire related questions. And at the end, we also have Brett Bussell and Kathy Lowry from our Public Works Department to answer any public works related utility, underground utility, or traffic related questions. And staff would like to turn attention to Rick Burgess has some comments.
Thank you, Matt. Chair Newman, members of the Planning Commission, I have a couple of changes in conditions I'd like to read into the record. And condition 32 which is biological resources. Currently, it reads, the project's biologist, last sentence, project's biologist shall be present during ground disturbing activities adjacent to or within the habitat that supports populations of these species, specific species there. We'd like it to read, the project's biologist shall be present during vegetation clearing or grubbing activities adjacent to or within habitat that supports populations of these species, to indicate that they do not need to be on hand during all the grading that occurs. It's just the initial grading. And then condition number 33, which is required survey for breeding birds. We've modified that to read, let's see, I've got another sheet here. In order to prevent disturbance of any active nests, a 100-foot radius for raptors and 50-foot radius for other bird species is required until all juveniles have fledged or the nest is abandoned. And then we'd like to add an additional sentence. If the project biologist has determined that a less extensive buffer would be appropriate, clearance must be obtained from CDD. And that concludes those remarks. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Commissioners, questions for staff? Are there any questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols.
I do have a fair amount. I'll try to be quick and spread the attention to everybody. I'm just going to go through my notes here just as they come up in the report. First, for clarification, I believe this is for Mr. Chang. This is on page 9 of the report regarding the access road. References Bing's Road doesn't have the necessary capacity for the project, but it mentions that its intent was to provide access to Lot 1 and then an additional lot to the east, but that as far as this project is concerned, it will not be used for this project. My question is, what about that other property to the east? How will that access be maintained for that property?
This project does not delete, in sort of way, the existing easement for the vacant lot. The vacant lot to the east still has the 30 feet wide access easement. And any future development for that vacant parcel to the east will go through a separate design review, and then it's to not only community development, but also to public works and fire department for various things, for the grading, for the access, for the fire department access point. And for this project itself, you will not delete the access point. And so the development of that parcel kind of, I guess, be discussing in future phases when the development come in, then various department will look at it and probably offer a better alternative, such as this one, to have a better access, more improved, and also something that our public works department and also fire department can support a more improved access to provide fire protection or other services to the future law on the east.
Okay, I just want to make sure that their rights were retained, whatever those might be, that they weren't going to be landlocked. Okay, all right, thank you. On page 12 of the report, in the conclusion, there's reference that 77% of the total lot area will remain in a natural condition. What constitutes natural?
Natural means undisturbed, and so there's no grading or development impact as part of this construction. So there will be no driveway, no sidewalk, no grading. So what that staff means, natural is leave it alone. So this project will have any development on the other 77%.
How does fuel modification fit in that definition?
And for fuel modification, since it's more kind of fire protection, safety, and it is kind of staff's kind of position that fuel modification is not a grading per se. the reason for field modification or brush clearance to provide safety for not only the property owner, but also the adjacent property owner as well. But it will not be a kind of grading situation, so there will be a reabandonment or installation of drought-tolerant native landscaping, but it will be not a grading kind of per se for development-wise. So it is staff's position that the brush clearance will not kind of count as the 77. Well, not count as the development area, so there will be more leave it as a natural condition with drought-tolerant or native landscaping.
So in essence, the soil is remaining in a natural condition, but the vegetation may not be.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. On page 15, condition number 11, it talks about prohibiting construction of accessory structures, et cetera, in the restricted use area. I notice there's a lot of use that's taken place in the area over the years. There's trails, cross trails, debris. Is any of that reference as far as how that should be tended to in this process, or is that just left up to the property owners to how they best care for that?
The purpose of this condition is to establish a restricted use area to limit any future developments outside the graded area. But once staff get into the actual de-restriction, and there'll be specific language regarding what is actually could be done. In most cases, that was city policy regarding a restricted use area is that city does not allow any permanent building structures on those restricted use areas. In some cases, that staff or city allows those walking trails if doesn't triggers any grading permit, but if it's not natural, but it's a walking trail that city, sometimes we support those within the restricted use area, but we'll establish a clarified language through the de-restriction, and our city attorney office will need to review the language so the applicant is aware of what's going on and also can accept the conditions.
So it's really more of a restricted development area than it is a restricted use area. Is that would be fair to say?
Yeah, restricted use, but instead of restricted development too, kind of limited the use, what they can do. For example, they cannot do a swimming pool or a gazebo, so they can have a better view of the canal valleys or have a kind of a pool over on the hillside. So it is kind of equivalent of restricted use, but also restrict what the development could be going on.
Okay. Another question on condition number 96, which is a Public Works Department condition, reference governmental health and welfare access easement. It says the access easement for emergency vehicles and all governmental agencies. That seems pretty widespread to me. It said that any governmental agency has access to a property under the guise of health and welfare. Is that a broadcast requirement for all projects? It seems pretty widespread that any governmental agency can provide access, needs to have access.
Brett Buster from our Public Works Department will answer that question.
Good evening, members of the commission. Yeah, when the LD will get recorded, it will be for governmental access, will be primarily for our water and our wastewater utilities, and it'll be for emergency access for fire. But it does seem very broad in there. But typically, when it gets recorded, in the recording, it'll be more specific as far as just what governmental agencies it is, which is our Public Works, water, wastewater, and fire, and emergency.
Okay, I can certainly appreciate that. I think it would be more appropriate, and probably the applicant would be more comfortable in knowing how specific that was, rather than any governmental agency having free access to their property. So I think if that could be more specific, it would be helpful. Okay, and then, okay, I answered that question myself. Condition number 111, which is a fire department condition, makes reference, it says 0 to 15% grade shall be concrete of asphalt. I'm just wondering if that should be or asphalt? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So we'll just make that correction there. Another fire department condition. You can listen before you run down here. Condition number 125, construction access. The sentence says, all utilities located within the access road and the first lift of the access road pavement shall be installed. I'm just questioning what the first lift of the access road pavement is. All right, I'm going to get you down here anyway. Okay. I've got a couple fire department questions beyond, so maybe it's a good thing.
Yes, good evening. So the first lift of pavement, if they were going to be using AC pavement, or it would be their base material, that would be required to provide a most weather access for single-family dwellings.
Okay, so and subsequently I read that there's a final cap. So the first layer is called the lift, and the second and final is called a cap. Is that correct?
Yes, I guess that would be considered from a construction terminology. Yes.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure I understand that. Thank you. Condition 135, hydrant location markers. The final phrase says, when the final asphalt cap incompleted, I presume that's is completed?
That's correct.
Okay, I don't mean to poke at it, but I just want to make sure I understand this. Okay. Condition 136, fire flow. Third line down says the applicable water manual for the jurisdiction with ever is more restrictive. That'd be whichever?
That's correct.
Okay, good. You're not alone, so don't worry about it. Got that one. And for public works conditions, this is just a question. I notice condition 183 refers to a water meter box. Condition 184 refers to a fire-rated water meter. And condition 187 refers to a separate irrigation meter. So am I understanding this correctly, that each one of these lots is going to have 5 separate water meters? Excuse me, 3 separate water meters?
No, they'll only have one water meter, and it'll be just a combination fire water meter. If it doesn't require fire sprinklers, then they just get a regular meter. If the fire department requires the houses to be sprinklered, then they get a fire rated meter. It's the same meter, it's just one meter, but it's a different meter. And then if it comes in and they have in excess of 5,000 square feet of landscaping, then we'll require a separate meter for that. So possibly 2 meters at the most.
Okay, so then when a fire rated, is that just based on the fire flow demand of the fire protection system?
Yes.
So it may be a 1-inch meter or something like that?
Yes, it would be a 1-inch meter. It just guarantees that the fire flow can be met.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. And just for reference, the question I had about the grade of being concrete of or asphalt also goes to the to both PPDs, so that would also apply to condition 243 as well. And then let's see. Okay. Condition 345, which is a Public Works Department. Item E says clause stating that any on-site improvements are not to be modified with the approval. Should that be without the approval?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear which condition you were
It's a
referring to.
condition 345, item E, clause stating that any on-site improvements are not to be modified with the approval of city departments, or should that be without the approval?
Should be without.
Okay. Thank you. Also, condition number 366 should have that modification of or asphalt. Okay, so I've gone through all my conditions, and I have some environmental questions as well, but I will step aside and allow anyone else to jump in if they care to.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichols. We'll come back to you. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking over what was already hit as far as questions and what wasn't, I did just want to raise with regard to, we've had this discussion a few times, restriction or number 280 involving the construction hours. Because of the unique nature of the site being along Lynn Road near Kelly Road, and these being a little bit busier roads at times, I was just curious, have we had any discussions with the applicant with regard to construction parking, and or was there any mention as to where all these vehicles would go while the houses or the access road or whatever the property is being graded, built, etc.?
For the construction access will be going through, it is staff's understanding that construction access will go into the same kind of proposed road. Kind of right now it's kind of dirt, kind of people use it for off vehicle stuff. It's staff's understanding that that's going to be the construction access. As for the construction parking, staff will leave it to the applicant to answer the question. Is staff's understanding that the applicant has this construction team and also the contractor with him to answer some of the construction access or construction parking, that related question.
Okay, I'll reserve that question then for the largely for the applicant. That's really it. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions as well, but if you want to continue, go right ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question on the Oak Tree report, just one on this one. On page 1 of the Oak Tree report, it references registered arborist Ms. Erin Roberts. I'm familiar with certified arborists and consulting arborists, but not registered arborists. I'm just wanting to see if this is something, if this is correct, or is this something that I've not heard of before?
You're correct that that is not an official designation. That does not exist.
Okay. So I presume it's certified then. Okay.
Yes.
All right, to the environmental document. So Mr. Burgess, a few questions for you. Page 4, I noticed that cultural resources is not checked in the potentially affected environmental factors.
I noticed that too, and it should be checked.
Okay.
In actuality, a lot of times these things are filled out before the whole project is considered, and that in many cases these are considered the things we notice immediately that would be a problem. At that point, I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, it should have been checked.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then on page 5, regarding aesthetics and the response, and it references the project is not on or near a designated scenic vista or prominent ridgeline. So I just wanted to clarify, this isn't considered a prominent ridgeline or a secondary ridgeline or anything else, even though it's somewhat of a ridge of concern at this point.
It is a ridgeline. It's not considered a protected ridgeline. There's no protected ridgeline overlay area there. And normally when we look at silhouetting, we look at how, if it silhouettes on the skyline, that's considered a problem. If you look at the view shed renderings from the freeway, you can see it silhouettes against the surrounding terrain. And so it's not really significant.
Okay, all right, thank you. On page 26, This is a mitigation regarding noise, and it references a 2-foot noise wall. And then I did read through the noise report, and it did reference being able to reduce the decibel level to 65 with a 2-foot wall and to 60 with a 4-foot wall. I'm just amazed at a 2-foot wall. I mean, it's like almost why bother? But I just wanted to confirm that a 2-foot wall actually does provide some noise reduction on, and we wouldn't need anything more than that.
Well, I mean, you would definitely get more reduction if you had a larger wall, but yes, it does that, and it's partly because of the grade between the road and the structure.
And that's because it is elevated from the surface level of the road.
Exactly.
Okay, so in essence, you're kind of putting a little cap on the natural wall, so to speak, that's there.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. That's it for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other? Commissioner McMahon.
I just had one question. The new turnaround at the driveway, is that going to look similar to the turnaround at West Kelly?
No, the proposed driveway is a 20 feet wide private driveway, and the one West Kelly is serving like more homes. So it's a private road standard. So the different criteria apply to different access point based on the number of homes you serve. And for this project, since it's only served 3 homes, and the access, so the design criteria or the standard is different from the West Kelly. So it's different standard.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I want to compliment Commissioner Nichols on answering most of my questions. I do still have a few left. On page 12 of the report, and also condition 274 on page 70, this is regarding the maximum height. For lot number 1, there's a condition imposing a maximum height limit of 16 feet, and that will be a 1-story house. There's a 2-story house in, I think it's lot 3, that's about 23 and a half feet tall. And my question is, what is the maximum height allowed for lots 2 through 4? I didn't see anything specifying that in the conditions.
The city's municipal code for residential dwellings for single-family house is 25 feet. But of course, for certain area or certain project, staff have looked at from case to case to see what's the actual building height should be, regardless what the 25 feet limitation is. And for lot number 1, since it's on a ridge line, and previous entitlement and also planning commission have researched and also kind of put a condition on it, so it is appropriate to consistent with the previous approval to cap it at 16 for lot number 1. And as for lot number 3, since it's located at a lower elevation and than lot number 1, and also kind of surrounded by the hillside, it is staff's position that the 20, I think for lot number 3 is going to be 23 feet and 6 inches is something staff can support, because staff doesn't believe that the house on lot number 3 will have a significant visual impact from 101 freeway or from Lynn Road, because the location of the pad is also kind of tucked it in or under the bow of the project. As for lot number 2 and 4, when the future developer come in to submit the plan for those 2 houses, staff will look at based on the actual design and also the plotting of the home to make that determination what's the appropriate building height for those 2 lots. At this point, staff does not believe those 2 homes will have significant visual impact based on the proposed view shed and also the location of the pad. Therefore, staff doesn't impose any conditions for lot number 2 and 4 in terms of building height.
Okay, and so then the height would default back to the regular restriction of 25 feet. Is that correct for lots 2 and 4?
Yes, but also through the separate design review process, if staff determine that the building height could be issued, then staff will be working with the applicant to reduce the building height. Depends on where the location of the pad is. But so far, staff does not believe current proposal will
I understand, and I also understand that we do not have PPDs before us tonight for lots 2 and 4. What I want to avoid, and this is why I'm asking about the heights, is we approve this and then some plans come in that are 50-story high buildings. I don't think we're contemplating that, but I just wanted to be sure.
The city's municipal code cap single-family house to 25 feet.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. Regarding the brush clearance and fuel modification, this is on page 14 of the report, and it also touches on conditions 14 and 71. The report states that for the applicant to proceed, the applicant must obtain easements from the neighbors to do fuel mods which are off property. And in your report, you said that easements had already been obtained, but I think it was for a different matter. It was for a driveway to lot 4. So given that this is a different matter for easements for fuel modification, question is, what if the one or more of the neighbors says no, and says, no, we don't give you permission to come onto our property to do something that will benefit your property?
Yes, staff has did some research of the surrounding developments, particularly on West Kelly Road within the gated area, and also south of Lynn Road close to LaCam. And there are a lot of a similar project going through require offsite brush clearance, and therefore through a supplemental memo, staff kind of modify the conditions. The purpose of the conditions kind of be consistent with other developments that approve in the area, which the first is still we encourage the applicant to get the easement from the adjacent property owners, but also the fallback that if the applicant cannot obtain the easements, we'll kind of do a covenant deed to require the future law owners to be responsible for any offsite. So all this responsibility will be on the actual proposed law owners, not the existing neighbors. So which this practice is kind of consistent with the development approval in the area throughout the Lynn Road and West Kelly Road area.
Are you saying then that if any one of the neighbors refuses this easement, the city would require that the brush clearance zones be moved entirely onto the applicant's property?
No.
At least for the part that previously was planned to be on the neighbor's property?
What staff means is that if the applicant cannot get the easement from the adjacent property owners, the development can still go through, but there will be a separate kind of different type of a deed going to kind of explain different things, basically asking the applicant to be, or the future property owner for that particular lot to be responsible for any offsite. So he or she will be on record to provide or kind of doing necessary expense and time to do any offsite brush clearance. So the burden won't be on the neighboring property owners. So the shape of the project clearance still remain the same, but the responsibility will be on the actual lot owner through a covenant. So he or she will be responsible for any offsite project clearance.
I don't understand, if the easement is not granted and that therefore the fuel modification cannot be done, how could the configuration stay the same and still preserve public safety, preserve fire safety?
Yeah, perhaps I could add to this
Please.
conversation here. Actually, that area was looked at, well, for several years, the modification or the adjustment in the condition that's in the supplemental packet actually follows with council direction from back in the 90s, actually. In about mid-90s or so forth, there were quite a few single-family homes being built on the land areas, those lots in this area per se. And typically, what happens is when the house is built, if the brush clearance extends onto the neighboring property, well, the neighboring property owner is responsible for the brush clearance on that. One night, the council received several comments from property owners in the area of vacant parcels, suddenly getting these notifications from the fire district that suddenly, hey, they're burdened with doing brush clearance on this because it falls on their property. Adding expense, what happened on that. Council actually directed staff at that time to look into that and develop reasonable conditions as far as how to approach this. And the direction was, the first approach is for the developer to approach the neighbors if the brush clearance is there, to obtain a brush clearance easement on the neighboring property to do so. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, council did not want to lock in this project approval based on obtaining an easement or not. So if the second portion of the condition, as you see in the supplemental packet, follows through with the approach that failure to come to the agreement for an easement, the project continues on. However, there's a covenant on the subdivision properties that if, in case in the future, the affected property owner comes back to them and says, hey, how about an easement on that they converse and enter into the agreement at that point. So it doesn't hold the developer hostage as far as to get the project approved on that, and it takes care of the offsite brush clearance. They are larger lots per se, but they're not, the large subdivisions that the city processed through back in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, where you could actually redesign the lot configurations to incorporate brush clearance into separate lots, HOA lots or whatever on that. So that took care of this issue as far as in this particular area and other areas of the city as far as for the brush clearance.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I had not seen the modification to condition 14, which addresses this specifically. And I'm reading this for the first time, but my understanding, and please correct me if this is wrong, it could be, is that the intent is to allow an application to proceed. The brush clearance would still happen. And it would still be on the neighbor's property, but it would put the financial burden of doing that brush clearance on the applicant if it turns out the easement is not granted. Is that a valid?
No, the responsibility of brush clearance falls on the owner of the property that the brush clearance is subject to. So, what this is first shot, the applicant takes care of as far as approaching the neighbor, as far as to obtain the easement, and failure to do so. Is this yeah, it reads a little bit different. Hold on a second. Yeah, in the future, what happens is that in the future, of a future conveyance of a brush clearance easement.
that phrase.
So that in the future, if the owner of the neighboring property says, hey, wait a minute, I'm getting subject to this thing, I want to do an easement, then they agree, future property owners, whoever that may be on those lots, will proceed with that easement component for the satisfaction of their property.
Okay, but coming back to my original question, if at this point with this applicant, if a neighbor, one or more neighbors, says no easement, what would be the plan? How would the fuel mod proceed?
If I may, Chair.
Please.
I think it goes like this, and Mr. Johnson's at the dais, and he can certainly chime in as a representative of Ventura County Fire. But if you have to do brush clearance, it's based upon the distance to a structure. So the point of this, of Mr. Shepard's comment was in the 90s was to try to lift the burden with an effort from the applicant, and the burden would be on the next door neighbor to do brush clearance, because now that they built a structure, it's within 100 feet of someone else's property, and so that person's now responsible for doing brush clearance because they have to do brush clearance up to 100 feet from a structure. And so there was this concern about the unfairness of that when an applicant creates a project next door. So the first effort is to say the applicant needs to get an easement from the next door neighbor, so they can do the applicant can do the brush clearance as required, so that they don't put that burden on the next door neighbor. Now, you just raised a situation where the next door neighbor does not grant an easement. And so that next door neighbor, if there's a structure built, has an obligation to clear the area within 100 feet of any structure. That neighbor then realizes, well, it costs money to clear this stuff, so I'm going to in the future now. I've had a couple of years, I have some bills, I don't want to do this anymore. It's now, this condition requires for the future, for any owner from the applicant of, let's say, Lot 4, they are required to, if they didn't get it initially, to record it, that they have to do that. If it's offered to them, they have to go and get that clearance and that easement from the next door neighbor if they want to give it to them. So it keeps that burden on the current owner of Lot 4, the applicant's Lot 4, for the future in case the next door neighbor says, yes, I want to give it to you sometime in the future. And the reason why you do that is because if you were to say, I'm not going to give you an easement today, then we would say, well, now what do we got to do? We can't get that clearance, and you would never build a project, and that's not fair to the applicant.
Of course. And I understand the concept of passing the obligation on to future owners of the property. I'm still unclear, though, about the recalcitrant neighbor and it's his or her impact on the project. This is hypothetical, but let's say the applicant seeks an easement, is turned down for an easement, sells the property. There's now, with this new language, a condition placed on the new owner to try to continue to seek the easement, but it's the same neighbor, and the same neighbor still says, nope, sorry, not going to do it.
And that neighbor's going to have responsibility for doing the brush clearance himself.
Okay. That's what I was
That's the
at.
point.
All right.
It's before it was, you build a structure, the next door neighbor says, oh my gosh, now I have this new burden I have to do, and I have to pay for this brush clearance.
Okay.
That's not fair. The council said, okay, here's an option. We can make sure that the applicant, when they do this as a condition, ask for an easement to pay for that, because it now put a new burden on the next door neighbor. As your example,
Okay.
if the applicant says, their next door neighbor says, I'm not going to give you an easement, guess what? They have to pay for it.
So just to be clear that I understand this, are these statements true? The applicant must seek an easement for fuel mod.
That's correct.
Any future owner, if an easement is not granted, must seek an easement for fuel mod. And finally, in the absence of an easement, the neighbor who didn't grant the easement is responsible for fuel mod.
Yes to the first and third. To the second, it's close. It's that if initially the easement's not granted, and then later on the next door neighbor says, hey, you know what, I do want to give you an easement, that the current owner of Lot 4, for example, would be obligated to accept that conveyance.
Must accept that.
Correct.
Right. I've got it. Okay. So bottom line is the fuel modifications to protect these new houses would happen no matter what.
Correct. The fuel modifications to protect any structures that are built.
Okay, great. That's the most important point. Thank you for that. While we're on the subject of fuel mods, I guess for Mr. Chang, Commissioner Nichols raised a question about percentages of property that were undisturbed, and the report had cited a 77% figure. Once the fuel mod is done, do you have a ballpark estimate of approximately how much coverage would be affected by that?
Staff does not have that figure, so maybe the project engineer or the applicant's team can answer that question.
Okay, I'll take that up with the applicant. Also in the supplemental packet today, there was a letter from the Conejo Oak Tree advocates. Again, I'm just seeing this for the first time, but there are 2 points raised in the letter from the COTA. The first of which has to do with fuel modification, and the second has to do with oak tree replacements. And I wonder if staff cares to respond to the points raised in this letter.
As for okay. So as for point number one, the Conejo Oak Tree advocates suggest that the building pad to be built within the lot itself, so all the 100 feet project clearance will be within the lot. But in this particular case, that if the pad to be built at the middle of the lot, the project will have a significant 25% or steeper encroachment, and the number will be way higher than the current 7,000 square feet. And also staff also worry about the significant view shed especially from Lynn Road. So I think for example, for the lot number 2 and 3, if it to be built in the middle of the lot number 2 and 3, basically the house pad will be on the ridge. So you will see the houses from Lynn Road, which does not kind of meet the intent of our scenic highway, kind of for us in terms of visual impact. And also for lot number 1, if the pad is the middle of lot number 1, there are a couple of issues. For example, the oak tree will have additional oak tree impact actually. The second will be more 25% encroachment. And the third item will be significant view shed. And the last but not least is also the agricultural resource at the north of a current lot pad number 1. So if we relocate pad 1, that will it's most likely that relocation of pad number 1 will destroy those cultural resources, which kind of doesn't meet what the intent of this our city's criteria and policy. So it is staff position that the current design is the kind of best approach to balance between the project clearance and so oak tree impact as well as other applicable city policies. And our city's oak tree consultant John Innes can address the point number 2.
The reason that we have the or condition, the alternate condition for the oak tree sizes is twofold. One is that, as you know, our normal requirement for replacement is 2 24s and 1 36-inch box. We know on this particular site that we will have landscaping on the slopes. You cannot plant a 36-inch box on the slopes. So if we don't have some other areas where we can do landscaping, which is a real possibility, there may have to be actually a larger quantity of oak trees to equal the same value as 2 24s and a 36. That could also be reversed or altered, whatever, if, let's say, there happens to be space for a 48-inch box oak tree in the entry. We don't know what those spaces are going to be. Right now, we just know that we'll have planting and irrigation on the slopes. So the 36-inch box may be a dilemma here. The second part is that we have the scrub oaks that are being removed, and we can't replace those with 24s and 36s because they don't grow to that size. So we have 11 15-gallon. That is a little bit of a wish also, because we may not be able to get 11, 15-gallon scrub oaks. We might have to convert those to 5-gallon. So at some point during the landscape plan approval process, there may have to be some horse trading here, but we will end up with the same dollar amount equal to what we see on the top part of the paragraph. That's why we have the or, which is a little bit unusual situation.
I thank you to you both for explaining the trade-offs that are involved in imposing these conditions. I appreciate it. And the final question, I'll just return to the construction question that Commissioner Pletcher raised. I think condition 280, unless I missed a one, I think that's the one that covers, well, that's for 2015 7613. There must be one for the other PPD as well. Is it a correct? Do you agree with the interpretation that, as written, this condition does not currently require parking of all construction vehicles, including construction workers' vehicles, on site? Does not require currently?
The city's codes regarding construction hours is limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and that includes no construction activity as well as the staging, conjugating. So that what that means, the employees or the workers need to be there at 7, not before 7, conjugating or warming up the vehicles, and that's what this condition is stating, that the construction hours or warming up the vehicle should be within the 7 to 7, not prior or after that.
Right. My question is specifically about parking. When I read the sentence, congregation of workers and vehicles at or near the site or in the nearby residential area shall not be permitted outside the hours. If we invert that and look at what is permitted inside the hours, that is between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. The way I read this, it says construction vehicles, construction workers' cars or trucks could be parked in the nearby residential area or near the site. In other words, at locations that are outside the property. Is that a correct reading?
Yes, and I know commissioners and has question or concern about the construction parking on Lynn Road, especially staff believe that there's no parking on Lynn Road, and also the speed is like 50 mile per hour.
Right.
So and
there are bicyclists.
Yes, and that's why staff understanding that there's no, you cannot park the construction vehicle along Lynn Road unless city's public works department can review and also approve such a request. So staff doesn't believe that city's public works department will approve such a request. And as far as for the construction parking, staff will leave it to the applicant to address where the construction vehicle going to park. Besides their own property, but also there's a kind of gated, kind of turnaround area, just a little bit pretty further out. Maybe you can use it for kind of parking too. But staff will leave some of the question to the applicant to answer that.
Well, I'm asking this because in recent cases, this commission has imposed conditions, and of course we'd have to ask the applicant and get the applicant's approval as well. We don't just impose conditions and say, no, you must agree. It's an agreement. It's a meeting of the minds. But there have been cases where appropriate, where we've required on larger projects that all construction-related vehicles be parked on site. And I haven't talked with other commissioners about this, but I would be more comfortable with additional language in this condition to make that requirement, given that this is a 10-acre project we're talking about.
Maybe the applicant can get into the construction access method, where the temporary parking is going to be while they're doing grading, intern, all that stuff. So staff is open to this. Any suggestions the commissioners might have?
Okay. I certainly would be asking the applicant about this as well. But yeah, this has been an ongoing conversation in recent cases we've been having. Okay, are there any other questions of staff? Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. Considering the speed of traffic on Lynn Road and what I don't see in the plans as far as a transition lane for either accessing the primary driveway or exiting from the primary driveway, have you considered that from a safety issue standpoint? For example, somebody heading west on Lynn Road, they're not going to have any room to pull over to be able to slow down and make the turn. I don't see any apron within the plan. So is that a safe transition, both coming and going? Are you comfortable with that?
The way the applicants design it, yes, we are comfortable with it. We look to the state of California and also what other cities do to recommend a right turn pocket as you approach private driveways. And depending on the volume of the right turns off, in this case an arterial, it would need 100 right turns during the peak hour. Also, there's a range that may need 20 right turns. In this case, during the peak hour, we have 4 right turns. So it wasn't even in the close range of warranting a right turn pocket. In addition, there's an 8-foot bike lane that, so as a car approaches, they would move into the bike lane area. And also because of the low volumes on Lynn Road, because it's a 2-lane road, somebody approaching a car that's slowing down with their blinker on, they could just merge into the number 1 lane. We've had the applicant put a 30-foot wide return radius on it, so it's very easy to turn into the driveway. It's not a traditional driveway like in a normal single-family home, so a 15-foot radius. So this is quite a wide radius. We looked at size trucks that can turn into it. Every size truck can safely turn into it from that number 2 lane, except for an 18-wheeler, which if they were to turn to it, we're not really sure where they would go, because once they're on the driveway, there's really nowhere to go. So we didn't have them design the radius any bigger than what accommodates everything but an 18-wheeler. So we feel very confident that it meets the needs of the property.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple follow-up questions. Mr. Burgess, cultural resource preservation issue. Is there any precedent that we should consider regarding protection of cultural resources on a single-family dwelling lot? Usually, I know we have a lot of them in our open space, and we are very careful about maintaining those, as well as the secrecy of those and the preservation of them. Is there any precedent that we're entering into here?
You know, that is an interesting question. I don't believe I know of any case where there is an archaeological site on a single-family lot like this. Normally, we put those in separate lots with larger projects. I don't know, is Mr. Shepherd maybe aware of something? I'm not, certainly.
Yeah, actually, as far as my historical knowledge of those sites, I know there's a site out in the Deer Ridge development out in the Newberry Park area. That's actually on a separate parcel that's actually owned by the city, and care was taken as far as for everything from fence design and so forth. It actually has appearance that it's part of the neighboring parcels, so it just kind of blends in on that, so it doesn't jump out and say, here I am. Again, because of the concern as far as the preservation of those sites. But I can't recall any specific properties that actually been left on a single parcel itself. I believe the applicant's consultant is prepared to discuss that with the commission as far as for questions on that. So
Okay.
you want to ask specific questions of the applicant's consultant on that.
If I could just give a appeal to the applicant before this, so they can kind of get some thoughts here. Just questioning whether a true restricted use area of that area where there's really, in essence, no use, would be considered. So you can kind of give some thought to that, as to what might be the options for that.
Well, perhaps I could add an additional thing here. In some of the sites that occur in the city that have actually been destroyed by pot hunters and things of that nature, they have been in areas that are kind of isolated, and I think actually having this on a residential lot might actually protect it, depending on, that's kind of a double-edged sword, but it would be less difficult, more difficult for people to ruin the site if there's, it's on a single-family home lot. So,
yeah, I would certainly agree with that statement.
And if I may, Chair and Mr. Nichols, it's important to note that for the M&D that was done and the conditions that are on this thing, it is consistent with the state requirements.
Okay.
The notices have been done. There's going to be monitoring. All those factors, whether it's private or public land, those factors have been considered in the M&D, in the conditions. We're consistent with the new changes to AB, based upon AB 52, which has to do with cultural resources and protection of that. So there are all those checks and balances in the conditions. The checks and balances were acknowledged in the M&D. And so we do have those protections and those requirements that they must go through. Along with our grading requirements require if there is, even for an unknown site, and there's some disturbance and they realize there is something that they should be evaluating further, there is mandated in our ordinance steps that they must go through. It's like a stop, let's take a look at this, let's go through a process to evaluate, and then from there, based upon what you find, there are certain steps and a protocol that you must follow. So it's important for all the commissioners to note that we did review this and that the M&D and our conditions are consistent with the state requirements for this issue.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. Let's see. And just to follow up regarding the trees, Mr. Ennis, when I was up there, happened across oak tree number 64. And I was looking at it. It seemed like it had been there for quite some time, and yet wasn't all that tall. So I'm just curious: is this site doesn't have a whole lot of? I'm thinking particularly on the ridgeline up there, doesn't have a whole lot of big trees for a reason. Do they just not grow that tall, or is it just because they're coast live oak and not the lobata, which tend to get a little taller and wider?
Well, the coast live oak, the Quercus agrifolia, certainly is capable of getting to be very large size. It's I would say an educated guess of why all the trees in this area is a combination of restricted water that they've received forever. Because there's not a great source uphill to feed them, and just again looking at the growth of all the trees and the shrubs in total would lend us to believe that there's quite a bit of rock that they're growing in also, which we hadn't brought this up, but if there any discussion on transplanting any of these trees, it looks like that would be a very, very difficult process, and it's not recommended.
So, considering those factors, and thank you for explaining that, would that also tend to make you lean one way or the other as to planting these largest possible box trees as opposed to the the smaller 5-gallon, 15-gallon trees? Is it that type of site conducive for smaller or larger, given those constraints?
I wouldn't characterize that condition, which we'll say exists over most of the site, as restricting or encouraging one or the other, because there can certainly be pockets where larger trees would be very appropriate, whether they be what the existing situation is now, or also realizing that after we have the grading done, we're going to have fill slopes. They're not going to be anything like the existing slopes, and they're a lot more conducive to growth. So I wouldn't say that it restricts or encourages the sizes one way or another, but the slope gradient certainly does.
Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, any other questions of staff? Okay, before we turn to the applicant, I think Mr. Shepard wanted to say a few words.
Yes, thank you, Chair Newman. Just want to take a short moment here to actually mention that tonight is Senior Planner Richard Burgess's last Planning Commission meeting, as he will be retiring at the end of the year. And Rick has developed quite a legacy in the city based upon the hundreds of environmental documents and reports he's worked on for over 30 years during his employment with the city. And the Community Development Department would like to take this opportunity to thank Rick on behalf of the city, his coworkers, and the people of Thousand Oaks. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I don't know if this is time to speak, but but I will anyway.
Go ahead.
I really, it's been a wonderful job, and I've done this for over 30 years. It's quite remarkable. I think Doug and I have kind of grown up together. It's been a long time, and it's been very rewarding. So I really appreciate it, and I'm ready to go on with a new part of my life. So thank you very much.
Thank you for all your service. I believe Commissioner Nichols wanted to add a few remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I had emailed Mark Town this afternoon saying, am I remembering right that Rick is ending his career here, thinking this might be your last Planning Commission meeting? And of course, he confirmed that. Many of you probably don't know, I actually worked on staff here in the Planning Department back in the late 1980s. I came on board in 1988, and Rick was a planner at the time. You'd probably been here for about 4 or 5 years at that time. And I was doing open space planning, and every chance I could get, I would grab Rick with me and say, hey, I need to go out to this site. I need your expertise on whatever it is. And he is active in the Native Plant Society with the Audubons. He's an expert herpetologist. I mean, you name it. All these rare and endangered plants, the only reason I know of them is because of Rick. The Pentakita, the Caneo dudlea, you name it. The only one I haven't seen yet, Rick, is a chocolate lily, so I'm still waiting for you to show me that one. But he's just been just a tremendous resource. I just found it, personally, just a tremendous resource, and very gracious all the time. Even amongst all of his professional accolades, and you may not be aware, but he's actually collecting all the plants of Ventura County in making a book of this. And this has been a lifelong project of his, where he has contributed numerous specimens to UC Santa Barbara. But continues to do that, and then he and his wife will go out to the desert and collect plants. So it's a habit for him. He just does this automatically. It's not just a profession. But I must say, with all those accolades, I think what really strikes me most is just about his demeanor. He's always professional, always helpful, very courteous, will give you the time of day no matter what his schedule is. And to me, that's what kind of sets him above, everything else he's done. It's just you can always guarantee his professionalism and his graciousness. So, Rick, I just want to thank you for not only your commitment to the city and for your commitment to your profession, but just personally, you're investing into me and helping me to become who I am. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, are there any other comments for Rick? I just want to add just a few words. I'm a relative newcomer here in the commission, but I've come away much wiser from each of my dealings with you, where I'll come into a case and we'll sort of understand the words on the paper, but walking an application site with you, talking with you, really provided a lot of context around each and every case we had. And I think that it'll definitely be the city's loss to have that really large body of knowledge that you brought. And as Commissioner Nichols mentioned, just both a very warm and a very professional demeanor about how you went about things. You set a great example for all of us, so thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll turn now to our applicant. I see from the speaker list that the applicant, Mr. Jack Shackett, has 7 speakers here. Before bringing you up, I'll just list them quickly. There's the applicant owner, Mr. Jack Shackett. Tyler Barnes is a biologist and environmental specialist. Dr. Wayne Bischoff is a cultural resources consultant. Aaron Roberts is a project arborist. Richard Doss is a project civil engineer. Steve Harrell is a project architect. And Chris Nesselrode is a developer builder. All of you can divide your speaking time any which way you want. You have a total of 15 minutes among you, and you're free to divide that up however you like, plus a question period. For each of you, what I'll ask as you approach the podium is that you, for the record, you state your name and your city of residence. The green light will go on when your 15 minutes begins. When it goes to a yellow light, you'll have 1 minute left. When it goes to a red light, I'll get on the microphone and say, please stop talking now. But I'll do it politely, I hope. In any event, it's really up to you who you'd like to have come speak, in which order. But again, if you could each introduce yourselves by stating your name and your city of residence. Thank you.
I'll start my clock also. Yes, my name is Jack Shackett. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm the applicant. First of all, I appreciate you introducing my team. And because we are already... Excuse
me, Mr. Shackett, can you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry, yes. Again, first of all, thank you, commissioners, for entertaining our application. I want to thank Matt and his team, Rick and Kathy, for all the fine work over the last 18 months to trying to get us to this point. And I appreciate you introducing my team because, quite frankly, I'm going to be the only speaker tonight. I believe that since we are going along with the staff recommendations, I'm going to save my experts for answering questions, and I'm going to spend the whole 15 minutes, or close to there, kind of trying to understand better who I am, what the project means to me, why I think the project is great for Thousand Oaks. I'd like to start with, kind of the process of kind of acquiring the property. You might be able to tell by my accent. I'm, again, Jack Shackett. I'm a Texas boy, but I've been in California for 18 years. I live in a Country Club Estates, a beautiful community here in Thousand Oaks. I have a wife of 42 years, and I'm fortunate to have both my kids and grandkids close by, so I have 5 grandkids. I'm an owner of a local business, own a mortgage business, which is based in Westlake Village. We employ about 100 people. And we're getting to add about $1 million a month in salaries to the local economy of Thousand Oaks, and we are glad to be a part of this community. I'm blessed to have 2 daughters and their families living again close by. We currently have this lovely house, but quite frankly, we've been looking for a long time, since we moved to California, for a chance to have more acreage and a chance to get the kids even closer. And quite frankly, we've always been looking for what you might call a family compound, something where actually my kids could be my neighbors. So over the years, we've looked at a lot of parcels that have come available whenever there's acreage more than 5 acres, trying to figure out if something might work for our family. But as I was aware before, but I'm now more acutely aware, it's not easy to find a piece of property that can be subdivided, and once subdivided, meet your needs. And so it's very difficult to make an expenditure of a piece of property without knowing if you can end up with a property that you can subdivide. And thus we kind of passed over property after property trying to find the right property. We found this property in Newbury Park that we're talking about here, this 10 acres. And if you look at that parcel map, it kind of struck us because it looked like a state of Texas. So as we start looking at it more seriously, we love the rolling terrain. We love the idea we had different elevations. We love the idea that it was 10 acres. It was enough to actually kind of roam around the property some with the grandkids. But what really attracted us the most was their pre-app had already been put in with the city to try to get it subdivided. So at the time we saw the pre-app, we actually put down earnest money, but set up a due diligence period to allow us to further investigate whether or not this property would work for us before we actually bought the property. So going through the pre-app, we found a lot about how the process works and what conditions are put on properties like we have. And we realized the pre-app first was put in for expecting 10 lots. That got turned down pretty quickly by the city, and then went to 8 lots. Ultimately, the city supported 6 lots on this very property that we're talking about. But going through that process, I saw the changes the city was requesting to align the developer needs with the city requirements. So I got to better understand the sensitivity of building on a land that has greater than 25% slopes, preserving oak trees, limiting the height of retaining walls, balancing cut and fill calculations, adequate fire department turnarounds, limitations on manufactured slopes, driveways that allow a fast exit from Lynn Road. And maybe in this property, the one that I was probably most disappointed on the initial conditions was the limit to put the property on top, building so far underneath the ridge line to kind of block out a nice view. So as I kind of looked through kind of the difficulty of solving those problems, I actually also realized there's something else that might kill projects, and that's environmental concerns. So before I bought the property, I hired an Environmental Corp to do a walk over the property, to kind of look for things that might create a problem that could keep me from wanting to buy the property. Again, that initial review turned up positive results. They felt like the property would be okay to continue on. I also then had Richard Doss with Pacific Coast. He had already done all the work in the pre-app for the previous landowner, and he gave me a probable estimate of cost of development. As you might expect, pretty good sized number for this kind of project. After I saw those numbers, I realized why the existing owner was looking and hoped to build at least 6 lots. Quite frankly, anything less than 6 lots and the overall cost of development, you'd say really is not economically feasible from the point of view of trying to build a lot and sell the lots at a profit. Except the cost per lot would be more than market value. Fortunately, I wasn't interested in buying this property for profit. I was ending up in putting my family on this property and thus paying maybe a little bit more than market value to end up with a project that worked for my family, was worth it for me. So I said, Richard, about instead of going from 6 lots, I asked him to reduce it to 4. The reason for the 4 lots was I really have 2 daughters with both my son-in-laws and grandkids, and I wanted the 3 lots that would access from Lynn Road to be part of that development. So my house on top, 2 kids' lots underneath. We actually asked for the 4th lot that had always been in the pre-app process, really not to keep as part of the family. Again, that's the lot to be accessed from West Kelly. We would sell that lot off as a developed lot and just use it simply as to reduce the effective cost of the 3 lots that I was retaining, the other 9 acres. So after I got comfortable with meeting with the experts and spending lots of time with the city, that we could, if we go to 4 lots, we believe we could meet the conditions required by the staff recommendation. We actually closed on the lot. We closed on the lot last in June. Of course, the real work then just begun. So the group behind me performed. I have a stack of documents over there. They did the oak tree surveys. I now have a great photo album of oak trees. They did the cultural resource surveys, both 1A and 1B. As we mentioned, the noise impact studies, photo simulations, geotechnical explorations, hydrology studies, soil reports, site surveys, and of course the civil engineering work to develop the tentative parcel maps. Since we were also seeking approval of 2 houses at the same time, Steve Harold did all the architectural work as well. We submitted all the reports that I described last December. Since I thought we had met all the pre-app requirements, I naively believed that we'd be kicking up dirt by April. I have to say that I've now gained a real appreciation for the conflicts that can exist between the desires of an individual landowner and what the city believes is best for its citizens as a whole. In working with the city on this project, we went through a review process. I had one singular goal, and that was to gain full support of all the departments involved in this approval process. I have to tell you, the city staff knows how to negotiate change. I always thought as a business person I was a great negotiator. But I realized when you're negotiating with the city, and the end process is to planning commission approval like we're at today, they cannot have the ultimate trump card. So when you're trying to negotiate how much size of the pad you would want to have for your house to have the biggest lawn possible, but that may be infringing on the 25% slope, or if you're trying to do something that mess up the balance and fill, but it's better for you personally because you could have a lot that you'd like to have or a larger lot, the city can always come back to either first, they may not recommend it, which is a deal killer, or two, even if you could get them to recommend it, the ability to say, we don't know what the planning commission is going to say, and if you do that, you're less likely to get it approved. And that negotiation tactic, I can tell you, benefits the city very well. Because what it drives the homeowner, like myself, with the fear of being turned down, and that's a healthy fear from the city's point of view, because it basically drives me to, whenever I'm trying to compromise on a decision, size of the lot, take down an oak tree or not, I'm willing to actually do the least harm for the city, the best for the city, and the least of what I really need to have as a minimum to make it work for me. So I wish my pads were larger than they are today, have larger lawns, we could do a little more activities. I'd actually like to have the house higher up on the ridge. There's other things I would like to have changed. But in working with the city, I realized we needed to try to meet all of their requirements, and we needed to make this as easy as possible for the Planning Commission to approve. So we ended up with a project that certainly still meets my needs, but I will say it was not as, the objects weren't as big and large as I'd hoped originally, but they still meet the family needs, and that is obviously the most important thing. But again, the process itself of having to both get staff approval and go Planning Commission approval really, again, bears fruit for I think for this commission to make sure that y'all get what's best for the citizens as a whole. So one of the things I discovered in the process, for instance, was we tried to design a house, whether we thought kind of a ranch-style house with a beautiful tin roof on top of it. Nope, doesn't turn out that way, doesn't meet Thousand Oaks standards. We now have clay tile roofs. So again, this has been a real learning process for us, and I will say as an applicant, as you might guess, I've been much more involved in the process than simply turning it over to my support team. I've had the support team behind me making recommendations, but I've done a lot of the individual meetings with the city myself. So why should you approve this project? First, me and my family are good citizens of Thousand Oaks, and we've endeavored to meet all the requirements laid out by the city to make this thing happen. As we talked about earlier, we now are infringing on less than 2% of the 25% slope, an important requirement for y'all. 77% of the property left natural. I know there's a question on that y'all asked earlier about how do you deal with the brush abatement for the 100-foot city back. I don't have that calculation, but I did find out when I was talking to the city about the 77% that is how they calculate it for all applicants you've seen. So I don't know if it takes it to 77 to 65, but at least the 77 number is consistent with what y'all have seen when you see other applications, and I understand that's a fairly substantial number in the grand scheme of things. Also, it's important to note, 77% includes things like fire department turnarounds, driveways, the private driveway up, and so you're not using all that 70% in the pads themselves. In fact, the pads themselves, kind of usable area for housing, lawns, etc., are only using 13% of the property. The other, so it's really 87% if you just look at the usable property that we're getting to use ourselves. Of the 8 oak trees we're removing, again, the property actually has over 100 oak trees. The slide showed 99, but they only count the oak trees within a certain distance of the development. We have other oak trees in the property that weren't counted because they were too far away to worry about being affected. And of course, we're planting 23 oak trees in their place. I believe the development is supported by my neighbors, the people that might be impacted most. I've talked to all of them verbally. One or two of them actually have sent emails confirming that. And I think they have a reason why they should want this property to be approved. One, the property in its current state has been used and has been a nuisance really for the current neighbors. There's a path off of Lynn Road and a path off of Bing Road. Had no gates on the property before we acquired it. And the property on top is a great place for partying. And thus ATVs, motorcycles, Jeeps, all kinds of cars would go up there and the kids would party, drink alcohol, beer. The property on top is just covered with glass, shattered glass where you can see, and fire pits. So this property's been used really as a party area, and you have to access through my property to get to the property on top. In fact, once we knew it was going to take quite a while to get this property developed, we actually had a little flat spot that we built 3 wooden bike ramps that the grandkids could go over. The second day after we built the bike ramps, ATVs came through and smashed all the bike ramps to smithereens. So clearly, this is a property that's being abused by other people. We then put up gates on both ends and double gates on one side. Just 2 weeks ago, they actually literally knocked over the gate. It was concrete in the ground. Again, so people enjoy having their fun, and this property is not a property that's a pristine park-type conditions. There are ATV roads all the way through it. Finally, the city gets benefits, of course, of doing this project themselves. As you can tell in the conditions, one of the requirements of subdividing the property is to actually underground telephone poles, and of course then there's traffic mitigation fees. Those 2 items alone, the cost of undergrounding the telephone poles on Lynn Road and the traffic mitigation fees, are in excess of $200,000 for the city, which benefits obviously the city in both cases. I was also glad to see that the only kind of written opposition we had, which I referred to earlier, was by the Band of Mission Indians, and their reason for opposition was nothing about cultural resources. It was only about removal of oak trees because that was a food source of theirs. And the oak tree group itself, the Conejo Oak Tree Advocates we talked about earlier, they did not have any comments about removing too many oak trees. So it was nice to see that maybe the premier Oak Tree Advocate group didn't complain about removing oak trees. So, in conclusion, basically, I'm looking for staff approval of the project. I will say if there's, and I will accept the recommendation just for the conditions that are on the property today. But if I have one item that I've actually looked at that I think I would like to change, and again, I'd accept it without a change, and we've referred to it quite a bit. My house itself on top is a 16-foot restriction. And the 16-foot restriction, if we went to 18 feet, it would not affect the view at all, and it allowed me to put a larger RV in the garage. I'm prepared to answer any questions you have at this time, because I can address the parking and the cultural question if you wanted to that you brought up earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Shackett. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Mr. Alexander.
Yes, sir. It was my understanding in conversation earlier today with staff that you'd have a archaeologist here that could have some input on the protection of the area up there on top. What would be the recommendation?
Yeah, I'd like to make my comment first, and then let Wayne Bischoff actually give you his answer, okay? But I can tell you, since obviously I've walked this property a lot, and one thing that's good to understand is kind of where those cultural resources are. Again, on the parcel number 1, there's a ridge, and of course I'm being built down, 20 foot into that ridge. But the cultural resources really are on the back side of the ridge. So as you climb over the top of the ridge, you go down about 10 feet, there's a ridge line that has all bunch of rocks, okay, from the kind of a fault line. That's the reason why there's a ridge. And the cultural resource you're talking about, the ones that are most important, he will tell you, is right there on that kind of fault line. But so it's protected already some by virtue you have to climb over a ridge and you're now going straight down a very steep slope. So as far as some kind of restricted use or something, as a practical matter, there's nothing to use that area for because it's a very nice steep slope about 20 feet down before the property starts flattening out. So the resources are on that downward slope part. So again, if you wanted to put some kind of restricted use requirement on it, it's not like we could use that for anything anyway, because again, it's really right there. And of course, Dr. Wayne will tell you, that's the reason why it's there is because that's where all the rocks are, that's where it's easy to build things, and that's where the Indians have built something. So.
Hello, Dr. Wayne Bischoff, and my city of residence is Moore Park, and I'm available to answer any questions that you have.
The proposal, I understand, is not to utilize the resource, the architect or the archaeological resource. Thank you. So I understand that part. What I'm asking is, what do you suggest to provide protection for that resource as the project moves forward? And I will reference the comments from Mr. Shackett about the activity that's been on the property up till now with ATVs, et cetera, et cetera. So all I'm trying to find out is, going forward, knowing that there may be some activity up there that's on purpose instead of by accident, how best can that resource be protected? Covering it up, putting a fence around it, ignoring anything I've said and just hoping for the best, whatever.
I think Mr. Sackett is correct that the area itself lends itself to some protection because it is on the backside of a slope heading down, and it is quite a thicket area. There's a lot of scrub trees, and yet that protection may be impacted by some fuel modification. I don't know that myself. The law states that once it's being avoided, that's kind of where the legal responsibility ends. However, the lead agency always has the ability to have additional restrictions. In my experience, the only restriction that I've seen in cases like this has been fencing. I've worked on other projects where you have something such as a historic cemetery, and in those cases you do have some kind of a tasteful fence put around the resource that limits the access. It's not going to stop anybody who really wants to get in, but it does limit the casual hiker or observer from entering into certain areas. I don't know the area, whether it would lend itself to fencing at all, but that is one logical criteria that you could put in place. But when it comes to other conditions, I really don't see any that would help other than fencing.
Thank you, but...
Can I add one more comment?
Sure. Go ahead.
Can I add another comment on that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking for an answer.
Yeah, well, again, and I'm not saying I have a perfect answer for you, but I will say, if you look at the present state it's in versus the state that resource will be in after we build, it'll be protected much greater. Because right now, you can just walk over the ridge. You'd have to walk through my house now to get over the ridge, because we're going to have a house that's sunk down on the property by 20 feet. We have a retaining wall behind our house. So actually, the house will provide a fort completely in front of the whole ridge. So now you'd have to walk completely around my house and to get back to the same cultural resources that right now you can just simply walk right to.
Okay. I've had some experience with other resources like this in town, and it's been my experience that in the absence of some kind of protection that is aggressive, whether it be fence or covering it up or whatever, that it becomes a magnet for people that shouldn't be there and messing with it. Now, your residence is going to be a protection all by itself, and I believe that. So if your archaeologist is saying maybe a fence, maybe not, okay, I don't have a high comfort level with that maybe not concept, but just understand that people don't always do what they're supposed to do, especially when they think they can get something out of it. So,
Can I have one more comment first?
Sure.
Just, again, I certainly not going to disagree with you, and I can see if you have some cultural resource that people will be attracted to, like a property that had arrowheads and things like that, they'd want to go try to scavenge those things. I will say for the native eye, for us uninformed people, not the doctor, you're not going to think you saw anything because you're going to see some rocks built up, okay, that look like it could be just the normal rocks, okay, and nobody would be attracted to go pick at that rock because it just looks like rocks on a hillside. Now, again, obviously, the doctors can say, no, those rocks were stacked in a certain way for a reason, etc. But I don't think it's like an attractive nuisance that people go, wow, I want to go check out those rocks over there behind that hillside. That must be something special. Unless we published out there to the world that we have a cultural resource to come, see, people are not going to be.
If I could jump in at this point, this is a public hearing. Everything we're saying here is a matter of the public record. So we do need to treat, and I'm all for transparency and as much openness as we can have in any government matter, period. But we do need to balance that in this case with the need for sensitivity. And I think you are showing that sensitivity, but it is something I think we need to be aware of, that there is some need for discretion around this cultural resource.
Yeah, that was similar to what I was going to add, is that cultural resources by law are restricted when it comes to public information. And we don't want to, I'm very hesitant to talk about the resource itself. However, I can give some generalities, is that this is not what a lot of people consider to be a very sensational site. It is constructed of features. Most of the time, Native American features are quite boring. They're made out of rocks, and they don't attract the eye. It's been my experience in this area that a lot of the more attractive sites are rock shelters or caves or something that really is conducive to somebody coming in and having a private place to do whatever they want to. I think that there are some very practical things that could be done, especially leaving the place as wild and as thicket covered as possible, because I think that if you build that into your landscaping model, that in itself would do just as much prevention as a fence would. In fact, if I had my choice, I'd put nothing but blackberries there, because that will keep people out faster than anything else. So if there's some kind of an out of the box or maybe a thoughtful way to protect it naturally, it would actually keep people out much more, I think, than a fence or even a security system of some sort. And then we wouldn't attract people to it. At least that would be my opinion in this case.
So a condition going in that direction is not something that would cause you a problem?
No, some kind of natural planting or something like that would be people would not want to be attracted to. I'd be all for that.
Commissioner McMahon and then Commissioner Pletcher.
Yes. Is there access to it from the backside?
You know the word.
There's about 500 or 600 feet down the hill, there's another person's private property that's at the dead end of the cul-de-sac. And there's a fence on his property, so somebody would have to really go through his property, jump the fence, and then climb up the hill. So not a easy access, but somebody could get there, but they'd have to go over a fence and do other property.
Yeah, it's been my experience that most people are rather lazy when it comes to getting from point A to point B. And this site, the access routes are all from the easy access directions that we've been talking about. Coming up slope would be a heck of a hike, and it's got a lot of thicket down there as well. So I really, it would be difficult for people to come up from that direction. And again, there's really no goal there. There's no rock shelter. There's no cave. There's residences on the other side. It just doesn't appeal to people from that direction.
There's no incentive.
there's limited incentive.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question actually pertained to other access points beyond coming up above and around your future residents should we approve the application. So I had no further questions on the cultural aspects.
Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Bishop, thanks for some of the explanation. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Like Mr. Alexander, I have about this much exposure to archaeological sites. I have done a little bit of training, and I did take a chance to go through the file before the meeting, and I would concur that having been on site and actually being at the very location, not knowing what to look for, and then seeing the photographs, realizing that was it. And even talking with Mr. Burgess, we're kind of saying, this is not typically what you expect to see. So I would concur that it's not something that everyone sees like a neon sign pointing, this is it. However, I do have a bit of a concern in that it is within the fuel modification zone. And typically fuel modification is somebody's out there with a weed whip or something to try to purposely, intentionally disturb the vegetation. And since this is a site which is not necessarily going to be recognized by professionals, let alone the lay worker, could perhaps in that activity easily get disturbed even more so. So I know, and I would have to balance fuel modification with cultural resource protection. But just to reiterate, your recommendation either is just leave it as it is, or I don't know, blackberries, poison oak. We have poison oak that grows naturally around here. Maybe a little poison oak there. Something to that effect to make it as unnoticeable as possible, or a fence. But it sounds like you would lean not to any disturbance, which would include fuel modification. Is that correct?
I deal with fuel modification around archaeological sites every now and then. When I do, normally we have an archaeologist out to when it's really bad and there's a really sensitive site. We have an archaeologist who's watching to make sure people understand to cut in certain ways, to address the dead wood in a more sensitive fashion than normal fuel modification does. So it can be done, especially in let's say every 10 years or so, if you had an archaeologist involved to help with the fuel mod process. We do that on other sites. I don't know where the fuel mod is when it comes to the cultural resource, because it's not something that I normally do study. But I think that there should be some room for compromise on the fuel modifications with the cultural resource sensitivities, so that you could maybe have somebody, especially during the initial time, out to be present.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon.
Is that something that we need to ask the fire department about, types of fuel that we would put near there, and that would be okay for the brush clearance and yet still be, hiding the...
As a matter of process, we can ask staff during when staff comes back, and then if there is a recommendation from staff on that point, the applicant will have a 5-minute rebuttal period to agree or otherwise with any proposals that are made. Are there other questions of the applicant? I just have a couple of quick points. On the housing plans, some of them, these are the architectural plans, and thank you for your presentation. Some of the plans were labeled as the Shackett residence, and some of them were labeled as the Linda's residence. And is that part of the family compound?
The Lindauses are my son-in-law right there, sitting in the front row. My daughter's husband and with my 3 grandchildren. So yes, that's part of the
Okay,
compound.
family compound. I just wanted to understand where.
Yes.
Wait a minute, this is the Shackett plan. Yes, it is. Also the Linda's plan. All right. And then my only other question is with regard to the parking of construction vehicles that we discussed. The recent trend has been to add a requirement on larger projects, and I think this would qualify, to add a requirement that vehicles related to the construction are parked on site during construction. Would you, as the applicant, be agreeable to extension? There's an existing construction requirement in the PPDs now. Would you be agreeable to extending it to add that requirement?
Yeah, I'll let my developer maybe tell you how we'd park the cars, but I actually thought Lynn Road was already a no parking spot. I don't think we can park on no park, so I actually wasn't thinking we could park legally on Lynn Road anyway, since it was no parking zone, unless I thought they were going to have to find adequate space on the property. Fortunately, maybe because of all the AT activities, there's quite a few spots that were not vegetation right now. But Chris, do you have any final comments on that?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. In looking at the grading, which might be the first portion of this project on here, once the equipment's on site, the operator's vehicles could potentially be parked on that turnaround at Kelly Estates until, at that point, a road is graded and our sub-base is down. And during that grading process, the 3 lots would be graded on there, one of which would be used for parking and during the construction of the house. So I think that would satisfy, your concerns as far as off-site parking. So maybe reserve the right to park during the grading process in Kelly, on Kelly Estates, that turnaround there.
Okay. I mean, the issue is that as it's currently written, the requirement, Mr. Shackett's correct, they cannot park on Lynn, but there's wording about the surrounding area or the neighborhood or not on the property. Mm-hmm. I agree that turnout in West Kelly is a possible spot. And then you're saying once the grading is complete, then everything would be on site. Is that correct? All right. Correct. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions for Commissioner Nichols?
Yeah, a question for Mr. Shackett. There is reference in the report that, actually, I think maybe there's a condition that prior to grading, you're going to have a powwow, so to speak, a meeting with the neighbors, making sure they're all on board. But you've also already indicated that you've met with them. Is everyone pretty much aware fully as to what this project entails, the scope, the grading, the ultimate plans, and that you've had these conversations and hopefully no opposition?
Well, I'd say fully is difficult for me to assess completely. I certainly have talked to all the neighbors about the project. Again, very cordial conversations, people saying, well, it's going to be nice for all of them interested in not having Bing Road access. That seems to be a consensus. So all of them, very nice to hear that we're going up Lynn Road versus Bing Road. And also nice to know that they're no longer going to have, people using the property as a free place to run. And I've described, I'm going to have 4 lots, but I haven't gone into all the details. It's obviously in the declaration. They, of course, all got notices from the group. And so I don't know how many of those have read their notices and looked at the plans in detail. But I certainly will honor the requirement to have a meeting with them prior to the grading process to kind of more fully describe kind of what's going on. Again, we received a couple of positive emails already from 2 of the kind of 3 closest neighbors saying they look forward to seeing the project. But, that's not I can't say I've fully vetted the project with all of them, but I will be certainly engaged in doing that process required by the conditions.
Okay, I just didn't want you to get to a roadblock where you thought everything was free sailing and all of a sudden someone says, hey, nobody told me about this, and now you have something to contend with. But it sounds like you've been trying to make efforts, and obviously that will be another step in the process.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. Mr. Shackett, I've got a question for the gentleman about grading, and it relates to parking.
So my developer or my civil engineer, depending on civil engineer drew up all the plans?
Let me just ask the question, and then whoever wants to answer can answer. Okay. How's that? The off-site parking issue. and the grading that you have to do, Lot 4 is accessible off of West Kelly, and my assumption, just looking at the lots and the layout, is that's pretty much a cut at this point, at least early on. So could you consider Lot 4 as the front end of some of the dirt work that would essentially create a parking spot for you for your construction people, and then back out of it as the other activities proceed? And I'm asking because, again, looking at the kind of construction and what you're doing and the amount of traffic, it'll get a little intense, and because the turnaround at West Kelly is, my understanding, private, and you have an easement for that, but it's not part of your parcel based on the lot lines.
That's right.
I would think that probably to keep the neighbors happy, you'd want to minimize the amount of activity in that turnaround and that whole easement issue. So if that concept could be dealt with, that'd get everything basically on your property. Short term, it's a question at this point. Is it doable to maybe minimize the amount of parking issues that are going to come up?
My name is Chris Nesrode. I'm MC in construction, City of Thousand Oaks, for 22 years. I forgot to state that previously. There also is a 30-foot easement between Lot 1 and Lot 2 that can be used for parking from the start or the end of Bing Road that kind of parallels Lot 1. I don't think that the removal of the dirt at Lot 4 to create a parking area is going to be beneficial for us, because it doesn't connect with the road, the newly graded road that feeds Lot 1, 2, and 3. And I think we're probably talking about 2 or 3 cars, operators' cars, during just the grading process to get a road up there, to get our subbase in and create our pads. Once we have the pads along with that 30-foot easement, we'll have plenty of parking on site and not be a disruption to any of the neighbors.
Then, and I understand what you're saying from the standpoint of 2 and 4. Those are the ones that aren't going to be built on right away. And my concern is the inconvenience or the perceived inconvenience or irritation of your neighbors, during the process, and that's part of the benefits of an infill project, is the neighborhood around is affected. And from my perspective, I think it's important to minimize that irritation. And so, based on what you're saying, I get it. Just, I'm not sure we need to condition it, but think about that. But okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, sir. I do have one more. Actually, this is in response to your comment, Mr. Shackett, that you were saying if there's one thing that you could have, it would be an extra 2 feet, 18-foot height for a motorhome. So would that request be for the garage only?
That's the only area I care about, the extra feet, yes. So Steve would have to tell me how that would work with the roof line. But yes, we are getting close to retirement age. We have a small RV right now. It'll actually fit in the house as designed. We're hoping to get a little bigger one. And the truth is, because of the way the pad layouts are, there's no really place to park an RV except in the garage. We wouldn't have any guest parking. So again, don't have to have a bigger RV. But it seems like if you look at the photo simulations that are, I can pass these out, that are in the book, it's just where the little arrow is just a little tiny sliver right now above the ridge. And of course, there's other houses next to it or on top of the ridge lines, one behind it. So you still would see almost nothing from 101 because of the distance. So again, certainly don't want to make it conditioned on you saying yes to the deal because I'll accept it with the 16 feet. But it would certainly be a nice change for me from what the staff has recommended.
And you mentioned that it would fit, so to speak, within the garage as designed, but obviously it would have to be a little bit higher, I presume.
Well, it had to be, that's the problem. Right now, the garage door is as high it can be with a 16-foot roof. Obviously, you have to have a slope of the roof, and right now, basically a normal size kind of Class A motorhome you could not put in that space.
Okay. Now, this hasn't been, I don't think I've said it anywhere in the report, and maybe you don't know the answer to this, but there is your neighboring house, which is just across the ridge there. I don't know, it kind of looks like a Tudor style or something, kind of brown and white.
Right.
The height of that house compared to the height of your house, I'm talking about the difference in elevation from your proposed to their existing. Any idea what the comparison would be there?
Well, the top of his roof versus the top of my roof has got to be 25 to 30 feet above my roof line.
Yeah, I thought it was significant. So
at least that much.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So if I may, Chair, just since the applicant is here, we talked about condition number 96 and some change that you had. And I think I understand one of the commissioner's comments about 96. And so I wanted to suggest a recommendation first to the planning commissioners, and then if you are okay with that change, to the applicant to accept the new wording for 96. And that would be, it would read, an access easement for emergency vehicles, city and county utility vehicles, and official public safety vehicles shall be offered to the city of Thousand Oaks and county of Ventura, if necessary, over all parcels within the proposed subdivision. The reason why I added the county issue is just because we do have county fire and police services, and we don't want any confusion in that sense.
See, I think that would address my concerns. I would appreciate that.
Would you mind repeating that one more time?
Absolutely. So for condition 96, it would be changed to read, an access easement for emergency vehicles, city and county utility vehicles, and official public safety vehicles shall be offered to the city of Thousand Oaks and county of Ventura, if necessary, over all parcels within the proposed subdivision. And you would have to ask the applicant if he would be okay with that change to 96.
And to be clear, this is replacing language where you gave permission for all government agencies to come on your property for any reason at any time. So is this an acceptable change to you?
Yes, I appreciate the additional restrictions to who can come on my property.
And the next one has to do with comments. And again, this is open to staff assistance, and I would appreciate it, or commissioner assistance. But it's regarding the cultural area. And that is I'm trying to balance the fact that when you have this type of situation, you are going to, through the MND, you're going to require monitoring for some extent while there's some construction. And knowing that there's going to have that monitoring component to it, my recommended condition would be, and trying to capture what I was hearing, based upon recommendation from a licensed archaeologist, owners shall install fencing or plant suitable natural barriers such as thorny foliage to create a barrier around identified cultural resources.
And this would be a new condition?
And you guys, it would be a new condition, since I don't think we have a condition unless
no, we don't.
Staff can correct me that we do have something to that extent.
Mr. Heher, just a point of clarification, because in a lot of these times it's always to the satisfaction of the community development director or something. I'm just wondering who makes that final determination?
I think that's acceptable to add that last part. So it would be at the end. It would be to the satisfaction of the CDD director.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, we'll go to the applicant. Would that additional condition be acceptable to you?
Yes, that would be acceptable.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions of the applicant? I've got one more just to follow up on Commissioner Nichols' questions about your meetings with your neighbors so far. I understand they have, at least at a high level, an understanding of of the development building plans. Have you discussed specifically two areas? One, your upcoming need to obtain easements for fuel mods, and two, with regard to possibly parking some of the construction vehicles in that turnout at West Kelly Road?
No, I haven't talked about either one of those. I actually just saw the staff report on the easements on the brush clearance. In fact, I know you had a long discussion on that. I had the same when it first came out. It said I had to have an easement. And I said, well, what if they won't sign their easement? So we went through the same give and take just yesterday.
Sure.
Okay, so and I'm certainly more satisfied today with now a way around if they don't say the easement. But I've not talked to the neighbors about that, and I have not talked to them about parking situation at all.
Yeah. This is pure conjecture, but I imagine the turnout parking may be a thornier issue than the easement, in that it is a private road. I believe there's an HOA for that group of houses on West Kelly. So I don't know if that conversation's been had, but if some accommodation cannot be reached there, then yeah, we need to find some other place to put.
That we might have a HOA member here that might be able to say, no, that can't work for us right now. Do I have an HOA member here that could address whether, again, since I haven't talked to them, you can hear it directly where there's going to be a problem, and we'll know it right now, I think.
All right. Is that, well, first, sir, I just need to ask a process question of the city attorney before I have you. This is just to be correct about process, this is the period where the applicant speaks. We will have a period for public comment. I don't think I have a speaker card.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I happened to be before the meeting.
I want to hear from you. I just want to make sure we do this the right way.
I'm sorry. Yeah, before the meeting, he introduced who he was. We were talking about my project. And he said, I believe he was in charge of the HOA, and we were talking about my Lot 4 requiring to be part of the HOA because it'll have to go through the gates and what the fee was. But that's the extent of my discussion with him. So it just seems like we may have had somebody here that would be on topic. But that's all I know.
And I would appreciate the opportunity to hear from him, but let's do that during the speaker period. Commissioner McMahon.
Your garage is 2,200 square feet, and you're asking for the roof to be raised to 2 feet. Is this something that has come up since the report, or is this something that you talked to the city staff about, and they said, no, we really like the 16 feet?
I talked to the city about it earlier on. They said, hey, the pre-app had 16 feet. We like 16 feet, okay, Of course, that's before I ever saw photo simulations and things like that. So I was first sensitive to the need, more sensitive to the need before I kind of saw the photo simulations. Just simply looking back over everything at the end, looking to see kind of what all have agreed to and compromised with the city. That is the one item that seems like I don't quite understand the need for it. It's significantly excessive, okay, just from my point of view. But I did not take that back to the city one last time. I just thought I'd save it for this meeting.
Excuse me. Originally, it was the former owner who had agreed to the 16 feet.
That's right. Matt can say for sure, but it was definitely part of the pre-app that was done by the former owner. Is that correct, Matt?
Should I address now or still? I can address later. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted a time frame for that.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other commission questions for the applicant? Okay, so now before we go back to the city, we have a period for public comment. I do not have any public speaker cards for this application. Sir, from the HOA, you can fill this out afterward, but if you'd like to speak, we need to get one of these speaker cards filled out. It can be before or after you speak, but I do need to receive one of these. If you wish to speak, and I hope you will. And if there's anyone else who wants to fill out a card and speak, this is the time to do that. While we're getting set up here, each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak, assuming we have 5 or fewer speakers. I'll make the same request that I have of the applicant, which is that when you come to the podium, please state your name and city of residence for the record. So do we have public speakers tonight? Okay. Yeah. Okay, as you have your cards completed, please hand them to the clerk. And sir, if you head, I'll ask, are you, I presume you're here to speak. Please state your name and city of residence for the record, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Matthew Baumüller, and I live in Newbury Park. I basically have 3 questions or concerns for the applicant, and my wife and I live right across the street from Lynn, up on the hill, and we moved there 2 years ago. Love living in Newbury Park. And the main question I had was the view, our unobstructed view that we currently have. I don't know what the elevation to the ridge height of the new project is, and if that will possibly obstruct the view that we currently have. Do you want me to pose all 3 questions at once, or?
Yes,
Yeah.
and what the way this will work is the city staff will have a time to respond, and the applicant will have a time to respond.
Okay. The second question I have is in regards to spraying during dirt grading. We have been in an area before where there was construction and we were inundated by dirt in a grading project that was not sprayed properly, so I haven't heard anything in regards to requirements for spraying. And the third question I have is in regards to traffic flow. You know, living on that intersection that can be quite challenging to move in and out of Lynn Road on LaCam and West Cali. Looking at the new proposed entrance onto this project, when the applicant leaves his project turning right on Lynn, in order to go east, the applicant would need to make a U-turn somewhere. And considering that the cars travel at a speed of 50 miles an hour and often faster, making a U-turn right on LaCam seems somewhat of a dangerous proposition. Having the need of traveling across 2 lanes that might be at a speed of 50 miles an hour and making a U-turn at LaCam. So I'd like to hear what the proposal is to travel east on Lynn coming from the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could I just have one question of clarification on the previous experience you had of having problems with dirt during grading.
Yes.
Was that in Newbury Park or within Thousand Oaks?
No, it was in Chatsworth, where we lived prior.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want me to sit down?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and questions, and I hope we can address them. Sir? And again, please state your name and city of residence for the record.
My name is Mark Embry, Newbury Park. I'm the current president of the Kelly Estates Property Owners Association. I don't have quite the historical perspective that some of our other members have because I've only lived in the neighborhood for about 6 years. But the Property Owners Association is primarily about the road maintenance and the gates. Our street is a natural travel through, or would be, from Lynn Road to Borchard, and would have been a bad issue. So the POA was formed, I think, about 12, 13 years ago. Our concerns with Mr. Shackett's development were construction access, parking, ultimately access to the project. He's addressed all those issues to our satisfaction. The idea of his property being accessed from Lynn Road primarily and only is wonderful in our opinion. And the low density of the development is also attractive to us. Regarding the parking during construction, 2 or 3 vehicles in the turnaround, which is our basically our gate access off of Lynn Road, would not probably be a problem. But what I don't know, and one of our members has pointed out, there's a possibility that the diameter of that turnaround was required by the fire department initially. So for us to say, hey, it's fine for him to park there, it might be outside of our authority to do so. But if there were a couple of vehicles and no construction trailers, if you're dropping off tractors, grading equipment, I don't know where the flatbeds are going to go. If it's just the operator's personal vehicle, a couple of them parked in that turnout area probably wouldn't be a problem if it's not a problem for another public agency or the fire department.
All right, thank you, Mr. Embry. Are there questions of the speaker? Again, thank you. Excuse me, Commissioner Alexander.
Sir,
Sorry, spoke too soon. Please come back up. Mr. Embry.
Sorry to take so long.
Sorry, there is a question.
I was trying to give you some exercise.
Okay. Yes.
You said that 2 or 3 vehicles probably wouldn't be an issue if they were operator vehicles. Is that true?
If they're personal vehicles and not large.
No, I get it. So is 3 a max number from your perspective? I'm not fighting you. Just
no. I mean, based on what we see, because some people do stop and park there on occasion, and the radius of the curve there, and to not impede ingress or egress from our gates, 3 would probably be a maximum if they're normal sized vehicles.
Fine. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Anything else?
Again, thank you. And any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Embry. Okay, so now we'll go back to staff for any additional comments. I think we've got some questions pending.
Good evening, Kathy Lowry. Matt said I could go first, so I'm going first. I'm going to address 2 questions. One is the turnaround area is prohibitive parking, and I'm sorry I just couldn't chime in earlier. There would be no parking allowed in the turnaround area. It's designed. It's so tight to begin with. It's the most the applicants usually even design is to allow the minimum for a car to come up. If they can't come in the gate, they have to be able to use that turnaround area to turn around. So parking would not be allowed to be used for staging for the project. Sorry, you had all this discussion on this so far.
I'm not sure that that's marked at the moment.
It's probably not marked, but it should be marked.
As a violator of that policy, when I did my site inspection,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I didn't see a sign.
The other one is the question about the concern when you exit and turn right out of the property, and then you're going to be able to make a U-turn at Kelly Road. Yes, speeds are in excess of 50 miles an hour. They'll have to use caution. There's not a lot of traffic on Lynn Road. They go fast. There is a left turn pocket. It does help that the oncoming traffic eastbound is coming down a hill, so there's good sight distance. Unfortunately, that means also going a little faster. But that's a police enforcement issue, the speeds out there. But vehicles currently do it there's no real accident. We have any documentation that there's accidents at that intersection, and they currently do that coming out of Kelly Road.
There was also a question about, from Mr. Baumeiler, about the dirt raised in grading. I know that the rules may be different in different cities. There are a number of conditions in Thousand Oaks to keep dirt to a minimum, but I wonder if staff can address that.
I actually think I can address it. There are a whole host of mitigation measures in the M&D which covers dust, and I can guarantee you that will not be a problem on this site. It's on pages 9 and 10 of the M&D.
All right, thank you. And as I recall, these are measures that require polymers in the fill, require covering of the trucks, and other measures to mitigate dust.
That's correct.
All right, and bans on activity during windy periods and so forth.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
All right. Okay, well, I hope that addresses the concerns around that. Are there any other staff comments?
Yes, staff like to address a couple points. One is the neighbors regarding the perspective of house building height and also the view. This project kind of complies with city's municipal building height requirements, setback, as well as the design criteria, and also all the scenic highways, the intent of scenic highway element with the location of the pad and the height of the building. And city doesn't have a private view protection, as city does a lot of PPT application throughout in front of planning commissions for adding on second-story additions. However, the city doesn't have a private view protection. What city protect is a public view. If you're sending from public corridors, for example, Lynn Road, the purpose is to ensure if you're sending from public road or public corridor, that the older design kind of comply with city criteria, so it doesn't create a significant visual impact. However, city doesn't have a private view protection, so and that's the answer to the view protection questions. And the other is to address the applicant's request to raise the building height, at least the garage portion, to 18 feet. The reason we use 16 feet is because it was consistent with the previous development conditions. And back in 1992, the previous commissioners and also the city's staff members did some research on the project and I guess figure out the 16 feet height is the threshold for this particular lot. However, looking at the photo simulations and when also looking at the house elevations, staff has no objection if planning commission want to go this way to increase the height, at least for the garage portion, to be 18 feet. Staff doesn't believe the 18 feet high will have any significant visual impact as from all the photos and rendering you're looking at it. And staff is not aware of the applicant's request until this evening, so staff didn't kind of get into the response until now, but staff doesn't have any objection to the raise of building height to 18 feet.
Just a point of clarification on that. Is it true that there is a previous planning commission vote to approve a 16-foot maximum? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes. Back in 1992, there was an LD land division application and also RPD application for the lot number 1 and the lot to the north to create a subdivision for the 2 houses. And one of the conditions in RPD limit the lot number 1 to be 16 feet based on the grading and also design at that point. Of course, this is a little bit different pad elevations. There's kind of different grading involved. But after staff looking at the photo simulation from 101 freeway, staff doesn't believe the 18 feet will have significant visual impact as compared to 16.
Staff aware of precedent in similar cases of single-family residents, single-floor residents situated at a similar distance from the ridge line? Are there precedents in other cases that also have a height restriction?
The building height for single-family residential lot is 25 feet. And for this particular case, since there was a previous entitlement, staff just want to be consistent with the previous entitlement. But We do look at cases from time to time to see if it's viable, any supporting reasoning to modify it. In this case, Planning Commission has authority upon.
Understood. My question, though, is whether the 16-foot restriction is part of the pattern. Have there been other cases where there have been conditions to put only a single-family home and only put something like a 16-foot restriction?
If I could respond.
Please,
Mr.
Shepherd.
Excuse me. The answer to your question is yes. There's been other developments throughout the city that these restrictions have been placed. One good example is out in the North Ranch area. In fact, several of the tracks out in North Ranch have restrictions as far as building heights and so forth, depending on where the, in fact, even restrictions as far as where the pad areas would be. These are more ultra custom home situations where they actually customize the building pads too. They identify where the building pads would be with the grading restrictions there, and then the height depending on if it's a upper hillside, lower hillside, and so forth. The reason again is looking at silhouetting of the structures, and there have been not only there but other locations where single story restrictions are there, and even the height consideration. It's likely, although I was not part of the original land division out there, that there was probably some sight lines and so forth based on the type of structure, the topography, what the grading proposals were, that there could have been limitations as far as the heights go. I just wanted to also add, at least for information for the commission, looking at, taking a quick look at the grading plan that is before you tonight on this. It appears that actually there is a kind of a ridge line area that is not, or is to be remain natural without grading, raising an elevation from, as it looks like, from about 870 on up to 880 in the north side of where the proposed Lot 1 would be built. So if there's a limitation of 16 or 18 feet there, the pad elevation they're proposing is at 860. So it actually is cut down into the hillside as far as from perspective views from the south looking across this property also, that it looks like the house is actually going to be set into the hillside a little bit more with a, based on this configuration. And certainly the grading, the applicant's grading consultant or civil engineer can probably confirm that. It appears that there is a ridge line that runs behind there that would screen most of the visibility of the height, be it 16 or even 18 feet. In response to one of the questions that was addressed tonight by one of the neighbors.
All right, so with regard to the, and thank you for that, with regard to past precedents, one, they do exist. There have been other cases with regard to protecting view sheds, protecting ridge lines, imposing number of floor restrictions, height restrictions, and all that. However, if I understand correctly, both Mr. Chang and Mr. Shepherd both are saying that increasing the garage height to 18 feet in this case would still be consistent with those other prior decisions, because there would be little or no impact to the view shed. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, again, from looking at the view sheds that, excuse me, were submitted as part of the environmental document in relationship to the, excuse me, the structure itself, and it's looking at views from actually the 101 freeway, you can easily see that there's really no silhouetting of the development on the house there because of the background views, even the Santa Monica Mountains behind there, but also some of the other structures that are up there. And it could be that that 16-foot developed out from a view location not on the freeway. It could have been off of one of the other public streets off the hill per se on that. I really don't have that background information on that particular development on it. But certainly in looking at, again, just from rough looks at the topo lines on this grading plan, it appears that there is a predominant ridge area even still behind the structure itself on that, and certainly that would have to be confirmed exactly where the height is, and perhaps going back as far as final comments with the applicant, his civil could probably respond to those questions.
All right.
Chair, if I will, the short answer is I don't think there will be precedent setting if you were to give him the 18 feet that he requested tonight, and it's simply because there is a maximum height of 25 feet in our code, and all of these are going to be case-by-case basis. You're going to take all the factors in, and you're doing that tonight, so there would be no precedent setting if you were to give him the 18 feet.
I appreciate that. And I recognize that the commission has the authority to grant, to change the height requirement in this case. My question really more was about putting a decision like that in the context of other decisions with similar circumstances. Commissioner Alexander?
Thank you. I'd like to go back and revisit the conversation that we had from traffic relative to the parking. Because the way I understood it, there's no parking in the turnaround area. And also the comments that I heard say that the traffic issues for a U-turn from the driveway of this turning on LeCam are not necessarily safe. So did I misunderstand either of those things?
Chair and commissioners, I would say that we don't have any information that people turning left or doing a U-turn off of LeCam is safe or unsafe. The fact is that when you have roadways and people driving, you have all kinds of risk. So there's no evidence before you, no testimony before you that analyzes risk other than what our expert has says, Ms. Lowry, tonight regarding the issue of making the turn into the driveway and making a right turn out of the driveway to this location. The biggest issue that you have to understand, I think, for this project tonight is that, as Ms. Lowry testified earlier today, the driveway meets the requirements for as designed right now, and as far as people making a left turn and going, or making a right turn then making a U-turn at any location, whether it's a controlled intersection or uncontrolled intersection, the fact is that it's always going to be risk that are going to be associated. So we don't have any evidence that by having these three homes off of this street with the driveway going on to Lynn, it creates any type of condition that merits a change to the design as currently presented to you tonight.
Okay, I've heard the legal side. The practical question is, do we need to put up any kind, assuming we don't change the roadway at all, do we need to put up a no U-turn sign at the LeCam, which would be the only close location if you came out, made a right turn, then got into the left turn lane? Do we need to do that? And second, during the construction, the initial grading construction phase, can we, based on the comments of the homeowners and their willingness to have three vehicles, can we provide that turnaround area for three vehicles max so that during the grading phase they have some place to park, and then after they have the grading phase done in Lot 3, accessible for use for construction vehicles, then that parking can be eliminated to solve the issue of what I understood was a no parking area?
The answer to the first question is analyzing LeCam or any U-turns is not before you tonight, nor would it be before you at this time. That intersection and that roadway area has previously been analyzed and improved. The design's been approved for years now, so that wouldn't be something that we would even address tonight, nor should we, because we would have to have a lot more information and data to even address analyze whether even a change would be necessary, and certainly that wouldn't be done tonight. As far as the second one, I certainly, if you want to put a condition on this one location that there could only be 3 vehicles in this one easement area, you can certainly make that a condition that you would want, and have the applicant either accept or not accept that condition.
Mr. Heer, if I may, I'd like to hear from Ms. Lowry on that point. My understanding was that the parking ban there was a public safety matter. Is that correct?
That is correct. When somebody comes to the gate and they do not have access to get in, they have to use that entire turnaround area if they have a larger vehicle. So maybe the residents don't see this larger vehicle happen because it doesn't happen that much, but all you need is a small truck, a little larger than a UPS truck. They can't get in the gates. They need that entire area to turn around. There's really no extra area. That one time somebody wants to turn around, and the only thing they'd be able to do is to back out, and that means they'd be backing out on the Lynn Road in order to make their turnaround. So I don't recommend using the turnaround area for any parking at all.
And to be clear, I'm not talking about the turnaround area off of Lynn. I was talking about I thought there was an area off of Lot 1, I believe, that we were discussing before, so maybe I misunderstood. I'm not talking about the turnaround area off of Kelly or anything off of Lynn.
I think the discussion was around possibly putting construction workers' cars into that turnaround on West Kelly, right off of Lynn.
No, that was my misunderstanding. I apologize, because I was actually thinking it was up on the site itself. So there was an area up there that I was thinking about where they were going to drop their vehicles off while the construction was being done. Certainly not off of Kelly Road.
If that can be a parking area, that's great, because that's on property. I don't know if that's feasible, but we'll come back to the applicant on that. But in any event, the lower one, the one on West Kelly by Lynn, is off limits for public safety reasons. Is that correct? All right. Okay. Does staff have any other comments? Do the commissioners have any additional questions for staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One additional condition question for the fire department. I noticed it's actually condition 251 and 373 for the 2 PPDs. There's a reference for construction access, prior to combustible construction, all-weather access road driveway suitable for use by 20-ton fire district vehicle shall be installed. Number one, just questioning if that should be 40-ton, because I think the fire code usually refers to somewhere in the 80,000 pound range, which would be 40 tons. So that's my first question. And second question, when you have a spine road, so to speak, going up with a proposed turnaround, and they're supposed to have some type of a driveway suitable, what does that exist? I mean, I guess what type of material exists that would provide that suitable, short of paving? Are you looking at actual paved roadway before the construction material is delivered? So those are my 2 questions on that.
So the Ventura County Fire District standards actually do require a 20-ton fire apparatus access road. When you look at H20 roading, it usually talks about axle weights of 35,000 pounds. Okay. So the design would essentially accommodate that 35,000 pound axle weight. Okay. And then ultimately, we'd probably be looking at a base material. We require it to be a most weather access, so we'd probably be looking at 4 inches of base material compacted to 95%, or up to that first lift of pavement, depending upon essentially the engineer's specifications of design on the private road or the private driveway, which would comply with public road standards.
Okay, so that would be something fairly significant. So they would likely have to be finished with their grading at that point for the roadway in order to, or I guess, be willing to provide that type of base material to provide you the adequate access before they could move forward.
That's correct. Okay. Yeah, we would continue that access all the way up into the fire district turnaround.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other commission questions from staff? Okay, then, we'll go back to our applicant. You have a 5-minute rebuttal period.
Thank you. I don't think I'll need the 5 minutes. I don't think I need much rebuttal. One, I would like to, you all talked about Rick being his last meeting here, and I will say, although I've only known him for 18 months, he was a wealth of information to help us through this process, as I can have learned. And also, it'd just be a shame for this commission to turn down the last project he's approved, okay, before he retires. And second, if I could have my developer show you this little schematic here, okay? This kind of shows what the house looks like and the ridge line behind it. And if we raise the garage up 2 feet, I think you'll see it actually would still be below the ridge line. So if you could maybe take that by and make a comment, okay, on that. So you might have to talk to him first and then maybe go show him real quick.
Okay. I don't know if everybody can see that. This ridge coming across through here and this triangular ridge
Sir,
intersect.
there actually is an overhead projector there. I don't know. I don't think you can fit the whole drawing in there, but maybe part of it would show.
That to be transparent.
I don't know if it works with. Is it? Yeah, there we are. If you flip it 180, it'll look great. Perfect.
Okay. So what we're asking for is to take this ridge here.
Sir, could you speak in the microphone? Or
I can't hold it.
I think there's a hand mic.
Okay. The center ridge over the center garage opening, currently that ridge dies into the existing ridge that runs the length of the garage.
Mm-hmm.
If we raise that up 2 feet, just that triangular portion in the front over the center garage would go up 2 feet, not the whole entire ridge across the garage. And when that ridge in the front over the garage is raised 2 feet, when it reaches the longer ridge across the back, it would have a clipped back on it, so that you're not taking the whole entire garage and raising it to 2 feet against the ridge line.
Because the RV is going in this center spot right here. So I don't need the height anywhere else, this one spot. And as Chris points out, because this thing is dug down in the ground, the actual ridge is already above that spot. Any questions about that part of the presentation?
Commissioners, are there any other comments that you wanted to make before we let you go? So, not hearing any other questions of the applicant, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you for your comments. And open up the discussion for a discussion or for a motion. Commissioners. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would actually like to move for approval of LD 2015-70579, the PPD 2015-70612, PPD 2015-70613, and OTP 2015-70580. I forgot one. MND number 2015-70581, with our added condition with regard to the cultural site and the fencing. I would also like to include the condition, as we just discussed, with regard to extending the garage 2 feet, the middle portion of the garage to 18 feet, and the other changes to the conditions in both form and spelling, as we have noted throughout our hearing tonight.
Mr. Chair, I just was going to list the numbers of the conditions from my notes, if that would help, from at least the ones that I had identified.
Please.
In addition to the two in our supplemental packet, conditions 32 and 33, I have conditions number 96, 98, 111, 135, 136, 220, 222, 243, 343, 345, and 366.
That checks out with my list. Commissioner Alexander?
I'm wondering if the maker of the motion would be willing to include the conversation about the parking, although I'm not sure the way I understood it by the time the construction parking conversation completed was that we couldn't park in the turnaround and can't park on Lynn Road, so it's all got to be off-site. But
Well,
that's
on that, I have a comment and a question for Mr. Heher. The comment is for us to add, the motion's been made, so for us to tack on another condition, we'd have to withdraw the motions, come back to that, and discuss what the new condition would be, and then reintroduce the motion. The question I have for Mr. Heher is, for the motion that's on the table, that's before us right now, is the language about the change in height to 18 feet, is that sufficient? Or does additional wordsmithing need to be done on
No,
the condition?
that particular issue is sufficient. We've had the testimony, we've had the discussions by commissioners and from staff, and of course the applicant. And so I think there's clarity in the record, without doubt, about your intention and his request.
Okay, thank you. On the parking question, I agree that we've left a bit of ambiguity in it. I mean, it doesn't say vehicles must be on site. It does allow for vehicles to be somewhere off site. They cannot be on Lynn Road because that's already forbidden, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But it doesn't say where they would be.
Correct, and maybe this is one of those examples where we go with the standard one versus having to try to wordsmith something new. The standard one is in the conditions, and it does provide clarity that it's either going to be on his site, of course, if he wants to put them on the site, or it's going to be some other location. But it's not going to be on Lynn Road. It's not going to be in the turnaround off of Kelly. So I think there's a condition there that creates understanding and a requirement for the applicant to follow that meets, I think, ultimately the goals that we have.
If I can make a comment to just clarify, I echo what the city attorney said, and that's specifically the reason I did not include any specific specifications with regard to parking. I think when looking back at our typical cases, you see either parking along a road, or I mean, we've kind of legally backed ourselves into a corner where it can only be on site or off site somewhere else. I think in our many other cases, you have where they can park in the front of the business or front of the house or on a major road. So just for clarification for my fellow commissioners, that's why I specifically did not include that discussion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I don't think we have backed ourselves into a corner. I think we quite deliberately have gone in this direction. I won't characterize it as a corner. I think in recent decisions, we've deliberately said we wanted to have parking that didn't inconvenience neighbors, that kept vehicles on site where feasible. In this case, I agree that as written, it's probably okay in this case. Are there any other commission comments? Commissioner Nichols.
I just wanted to mention that I would support the motion. And largely it's because of the things that we haven't talked about. Things like 25% slope encroachment. They've addressed that. Oak trees, it's a minimal discussion, but they've addressed that. We have a minimum amount of units, houses proposed. Haven't had too much to talk about that. They retained a lot of the open space. So I think for those reasons, again, it's the things that we haven't had to talk about, that why I would want to support this project. I think they've done a good job. Some of the silhouetting issues, I think, have been addressed. So I would certainly support the project and support the motion.
Thank you. For I too will support the motion, and for many of the same reasons as Commissioner Nichols just mentioned. I'm frequently complaining about projects being overdeveloped, and this is a case where this is the opposite case, where this is a good use of it's a good amount of density for this land. It's not maxing out something or using incentives or loopholes that the state provides to go beyond the max. This is an underdeveloped case. It's done with sensitivity to the land, to the cultural heritage of our area, to the neighbors. And so for those reasons, I'll support this project. So are there any other comments? Please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
Okay, this is subject to an appeal period. Any aggrieved party may appeal this decision within 10 days to the Community Development Department. Thank you, Mr. Sackett and team, for your presentation tonight.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Moving on to community development reports. Item 7A. Mr. Shepherd.
Got a little bit of frog in my throat, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Chair. Turning to the Planning Commission tentative agenda, hearing agendas, you'll see that actually there are no items scheduled for the next meeting on December 5th. So obviously our recommendation is for the Commission to actually cancel that meeting. And as you adjourn this meeting tonight, you should adjourn it to the following date, which would be December 12th. We do have an item on December 12th. This is the forestry element, a general plan study session. A lot of work's been put into that with staff, and should be an interesting session that night. Turning to the City Council items, which is 7B. That actually is I noticed the correction on the date up on the top where it says November 21st. That should actually say November 15th. The appeal of the Sullivan project, which this board had heard, was actually reviewed at the City Council meeting last week on November 15th. And the council actually continued the hearing to the January 10th meeting to allow the appellant applicant to return with some more information as far as the solar panel samples and architectural rendering components. So that decision has been continued off to January 10th. And I think that wraps up that discussion here. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Moving on to our minutes and resolutions. May I have a motion to approve the minutes and a motion to approve the resolutions of our October 10th meeting? Commissioner McMahon.
I move that we approve both the minutes and the resolutions of our October 15th meeting. 10th, excuse me, meeting.
Discussion? Comments? Please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
Moving along to AB 1234 reports, do we have any? Hearing none, we'll move on to commission comments. Commissioners? Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you all for all your questions tonight. I'm obviously new, and the questions that you asked, I didn't know should be asked, and so I'm learning, and I appreciate that very much. That's all.
This is a constant learning experience. I think we all can attest to that. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to share something that I actually hope to bring to you and the city, a pet project of mine, something that I've looked forward to hopefully bringing to the city of Thousand Oaks as we develop our boulevard and see mixed use developments and housing. I spend frequently a lot of time in court down in the downtown LA. So I've seen witness to the bike share program that's been down there. I think it's a very practical option for alternative forms of transportation that I would love to see brought in some form to the city of Thousand Oaks. I'm currently looking at other cities to see what other projects, because I hope to actually bring some personal notes and drop off to the city by the time our December meeting comes. Just my thoughts and total comments on it are to be coming, but I'm actually speaking with CLU, who's expressed a great interest in a bike share program for the campus, as well as I've been in touch with Mr. Meridian with regard to the Boulevard Association. And a lot of businesses have already expressed interest in doing, in a way, a public-private partnership possibility to limit the city's cost with regard to installing a program like this. So there's very positive things that can come, and I know we're a great city that loves the bike and loves these forms of transportation. We have the roads and we have the bike lanes to prove it. And I think as we continue to develop our boulevard, something like this is absolutely perfect for it. So that's all I wish to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pletcher. That's a very commendable development, and I welcome seeing that. I know I've seen it done on very large scale in London and in New York. So I know it can work on scales much larger than we have in Thousand Oaks. And I know that neither of those places is anywhere near as nice to ride a bike in. So I think such a project would be a great success here. Commissioner McMahon.
Have you spoken with Kathy Lowry yet?
I've been hesitant yet to bring to the city any thoughts and comments on it, just because I wanted to actually see if I could get business support and see if I could get CLU's interest.
She'd be all over that.
Yeah.
I have a good feeling that the city would have a very positive reaction to it. I've had a couple conversations with our mayor about it, just on the general idea. And the starting ground, though, is to me CLU, and really is to getting the millennials and college students involved, and getting them biking not only around campus but possibly to other businesses in the area to get groceries or whatever else they need. So that's in my at least initial concept that I'd be bringing to you. Would be starting with CLU and then working on phase 2 as we see more development along the boulevard, possibly bringing that idea to the boulevard and then along Lynn or some of the other avenues.
A couple of other resources I'd strongly encourage you to make use of, and I think that's a great suggestion about talking with Kathy Lowry as the city's point person on cycling, is the BAT, which has been looking at cycling issues around Thousand Oaks for quite a long time.
Commissioner, Chair, I'm sorry. I am on the BAT, so...
If I can toot Commissioner McMahon's horn
I
some
am
more.
on the BAT. I've been on for quite a few years, and if you would come to one of our meetings, you would have so much support and help.
Absolutely.
And people who would do the footwork and people who ride all the time who could give you some educated suggestions and resources. So thank you for bringing that up, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, but yes, the BAT. Please come. Kathy Lowry is the city's person who runs the BAT, facilitates it, and she's so proactive. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
Should be all over this.
And the A, if I'm not mistaken, the A in BAT is for advocacy, correct? Yeah.
Advisory.
Advisory, okay. But they're advocates. So.
Oh,
They're very good
absolutely.
advocates.
Absolutely.
Very good advocates.
No, and my plan was actually to come approach at the beginning of the new year. I wanted to actually come and bring something to this commission and city staff here first, and then at the same time start by going to the BAT. As I know from being on the Traffic Commission as well, they're a great advocate.
The other thing that's been going on in a regional context is that several people in the area, not only Mayor Price, but Council Member Bill de la Pena, Supervisor Parks, several others have had several meetings now to develop this area as a bicycle tourism destination. And I think having a bike sharing program would only enhance that. So there are regular meetings. I can certainly put you in touch with people on Supervisor Parks' staff who have been organizing these meetings. And again, they're a great resource because it's been a coalition of bike shop owners, of business owners, of tourism, hotel, and restaurant owners, people who promote regional and statewide tourism, chambers of commerce. There's a whole coalition of people working together to try to promote. It's such a great area for cycling, and I think this would just be one more asset to promote. So I think you'd also find a very willing audience there.
Well, thank you. I'd love to. I don't know really any of Supervisor Park, her staff, but if you have any information to pass along, I'd love to take it.
Great. Any other comments? Commissioner Nichols.
Just a little pontification. Often we get projects here that we reflect back on our time, our history, our views of what we think our community should be, and we talk about the character of our community and the vision for the future, what we think it's going to be. And I just was reflecting on that as, we're talking about it from a land use perspective by far and away, most of our discussions here. But as I look back on the recently completed election, whether it be at the national level, state, or even local, where we had some very fruitful discussions amongst our candidates, that I realized that of all these post-election events, it wasn't happening in Thousand Oaks. We basically, seem to be a community that maybe has a little higher level of tolerance. I'm not quite sure what it is, or understanding or appreciation that, okay, that was the result, so people have voted, let's move forward and continue on. And to me, that was just another way of looking at what we do, trying to preserve a certain quality of life. And I think that was demonstrated by our citizenry. Just, we see these things happening in the news, and we're just thankful that we live where we do, that it's not happening here, and it's a little different perspective. So I just wanted to, point that out. Not that we had a whole lot to do with that, but just as we continue to do what we do in our realm here, that we're trying to do what we can to preserve that same type of quality of life.
Hear her. Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. At the last meeting, I brought up the question that about parking for the house. It was specific to the project that we approved, but it was really a more general question of whether we could do an evaluation. I just wondered where that was, if anywhere.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, we're trying to get our heads around it as far as understand specifically what the direction was. I think we captured that in the minutes of the meetings and so forth. The next step is actually to start researching that and taking a look as far as what our next steps and availability of what we can do as follow-up. I know there was discussion as far as even discussing with state representatives if need be to address that question as far as the parking, and primarily the parking for affordable housing projects with density bonus is the crux to the issue on that. I think Patrick has some augments to that discussion.
Just just a very preliminary stage, I did reach out to another city attorney because before that meeting we had a discussion about density bonus and parking and various issues related to density bonus law, and so I reached out to that attorney just to let them know that I'm interested in looking at this a little bit deeper and what mechanisms we could utilize with state representatives to have a discussion that had some meaning, not just just to try to do it, but to actually make the connections that we could possibly make to see if there's something we can evaluate that we could bring back to you. So it's at the preliminary stage now because we just had a very brief discussion about it, but it's something that we were looking at.
All right, very well then. We are adjourned until 6 p.m. on December 12th, 2016. Good night, Thousand Oaks.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
You like 58. Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Okay, you want that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great. Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
I love Southern California. There's something for everyone.
When I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see mountains.
I just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster. I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place to live.
It's a great place to start a business.
Best decision ever.
Welcome to Thousand Oaks, a family-based community with a dynamic cosmopolitan lifestyle. Thousand Oaks is home to various large and small companies and maintains a strong presence in international business. Known for its excellent schools, miles of countryside open space, great restaurants, and premium shopping centers, Thousand Oaks ranks among the top 10 safest cities in the nation and is also celebrated as the ideal setting to raise a family. With a population of 130,000, Thousand Oaks is located in Ventura County, bordering the greater Los Angeles area. Popular tourist destinations, International Airport, and numerous attractions are just a short drive away. Leaving the frenetic lifestyle to LA, Thousand Oaks instead invests in a slower, small-town feel while affording all the comforts and refinements expected of a modern metropolitan area.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. there's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Thousand Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle, now taking riders to the Moorpark Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50 and $1.25 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Up next, NASA Edge.
On TOTV, government television for the city of Thousand Oaks.
Welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Hey, today we have a great show because we're going to be talking about the total solar eclipse.
A phenomenon which hasn't occurred in the United States, well, the contiguous United States, since 1979.
And this next total solar eclipse is going to take place on August 21st, 2017, and we're going to actually be there for a live show in Carbondale, Illinois.
Yeah, I can't wait. You know, that path to totality is going to swing just south of Portland, Oregon. It's going to sweep through Casper, Wyoming, go just south of St. Louis, through Bowling Green, Kentucky, and to Charleston, South Carolina. It's going to be awesome because millions of people from around the world are going to be coming to the United States.
And not to see us, but to see the total solar eclipse.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, actually, I haven't seen the total solar eclipse since the opening of Heroes.
You got me, because I was going to say, when did you see a total solar eclipse?
I want some superpowers. Hopefully with this eclipse, we can pick up some superpowers.
Maybe.
I tell you what, we have a lot of subject matter experts on the show today. Going to be talking about eclipses in general. where are the best sites to see the eclipse, and we're going to talk a little bit about where we're going to be and about our show.
But to get things started, I talked to Eric Christian at the Goddard Space Flight Center, and he gave me the 411 on what a total solar eclipse is and why it's so important to us. So Eric, tell us exactly what is a total solar eclipse?
So a total solar eclipse is when the moon moves between the Earth and the sun so that it completely blocks the light from the surface of the sun. And at that time, the Earth gets dark. You're in the shadow of the moon, and you can see the atmosphere of the sun, which normally you can't see, called the corona, streaming away from the sun. It's a really neat, in the middle of the day, you're seeing it dusk to dark on the ground. The animals react. It's just a really amazing situation.
Now, Eric, how common is it for someone in the United States to actually view a total solar eclipse?
So a total eclipse happens somewhere on the Earth at most twice a year. Most years only get one because of timing of where the moon is in its orbit. But somewhere on the planet, on the average of once a year, you get a total solar eclipse. But the shadow of the moon is actually pretty small. And so if you're just standing at one point on the Earth waiting for a total solar eclipse, it can be hundreds of years between when a total solar eclipse will happen. What's really neat about the 2017 solar eclipse is that even though the shadow is small, it goes right across the heart of the United States, from Oregon through south of St. Louis, all the way to South Carolina. And so even though it's only going to be a small part of the United States that sees the total solar eclipse, everyone in the United States is going to get at least a partial solar eclipse, and anyone who wants to can easily travel to the path of totality, to this line that the shadow takes across the United States.
What is the path of totality?
So the path of totality, there's a large region where the moon will only partially block the sun. We call that a partial solar eclipse. The region where the moon completely blocks the sun is pretty small, and that region moves at better than 1,000 miles an hour across the United States. So that's called the path of totality. That's where the path of the shadow of the moon moves as the total solar eclipse happens.
So Eric, there are satellites in space that study the sun. Why is it important for us to do it from the ground here on Earth?
So there's a couple reasons why. We have what are called coronagraphs, which make an artificial solar eclipse by putting a disk out in front of a telescope and camera to block the main light of the sun so you can see the corona, the atmosphere of the sun streaming away from the sun. We've been flying those for many years in space, but because for various physics reasons, because the disk is so close to the telescope, you can't get all the way down to the surface of the sun. You have to start further out. You have to block more than just the sun in order to see the corona. With a total solar eclipse, the moon is almost perfectly the size of the sun, and so you see the corona almost all the way down to the surface of the sun. And that's actually that narrow region that you can see in a total solar eclipse that you can't see from space is where all the action is happening. That's where the solar wind is accelerated. That's where the corona is heated. And so that's really exciting to see that deep corona in a total solar eclipse from the Earth that you can't see from space. The other thing that's useful about a total solar eclipse on the Earth is that it's a great way to test instruments that are studying the solar corona without the expense of launching them into space. And so you can actually point at the solar corona, look at it during the total solar eclipse. You've only got a couple minutes, and so it's a real rush job. But during those eclipses, you can test an instrument in a way that you can't until so you get a much better instrument that you can launch.
Now, scientists have been studying eclipses for forever. Mm-hmm. And what different information do they collect when they see an eclipse one year after the other?
So the sun is always changing. The sun is a variable star, and so that corona changes with time. The corona is millions of degrees, much hotter than the surface of the sun. And normally when you get further away from a heat source, you get colder. Mm-hmm. So the question of why the corona is so hot is one of the big scientific questions we have about the sun, and solar eclipses can help us with that.
Now, we just can't look up into the sky with our bare eyes. We need some protection. Tell us a little bit about what we need to actually view the solar eclipse.
So during the total solar eclipse, when the moon completely blocks the main light of the sun and you see the corona, you actually don't need glasses. That's one of the neat things about it. But any other time during partial solar eclipses, during things called annular solar eclipses, and during planetary transits, Mercury and Venus transits, you need to protect your eyes. You'll really hurt your retina if you just stare at the sun. Even if only a sliver of it, the sun is so bright that it only takes a teeny sliver to do some damage. So even though it may look dim because most of the sun is blocked, you still need glasses. And there'll be millions of these things across the United States, and you should put on your protective glasses, and then you'll still be able to see the sun. These things are completely black to everything except the really bright light, but you'll still be able to see the sun. You'll be able to see the crescent shape during the partial eclipse, and you'll be able to see annular eclipses with glasses like these. So you got to protect your eyes.
Now keep in mind, to view a solar eclipse, you have to wear eye protection. So these sun viewing glasses is a great way to see the partial eclipse before totality and after totality.
And you can also use a number 14 Waters glass like I'm wearing right now to view the eclipse.
Or you can kick back on the Star Killer base and watch through a mask just like this one.
Well, you really can't use a mask like that, Blair.
Yeah, the Kylo Ren mask is not going to work.
No, just because it's dark around the eyes doesn't mean it's going to be safe. You're going to have a welder's glass or
these type of glasses, a pinhole demonstration. I mean, just regular sunglasses is not going to cut it.
I wonder if I have a receipt for this mask.
Save it for Halloween.
Great idea, Chris. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Eclipse himself, Fred Espenek, who has safely seen many, many eclipses. Let's check it out.
So, Fred, do you mind if I call you Mr. Eclipse?
Not at all.
So, how many eclipses do you think you've seen in your lifetime?
In terms of total eclipses, I've been to 27 now. Wow. And I've seen probably about 3/4 of them.
Is that because of weather or?
Yeah, clouds. You can predict exactly where the eclipse is going to be to within a fraction of a second. But predicting the weather is a bigger challenge, and sometimes the luck of the draw, you get bad weather.
Now, in terms of a total eclipse, I know what that is, a total solar eclipse. What are the other kinds of eclipses that you've seen and studied over the years?
Well, the most common eclipse is a partial eclipse, in which the moon only covers part of the sun's disk. Those are interesting. They're sort of something to do in between total eclipses. Another solar eclipse type is the annular eclipse. And in some ways, it's similar to a total eclipse in that you've got the moon passing directly between you and the sun. But on the other hand, it's like a partial eclipse because not all of the sun is covered during an annular eclipse. The moon appears smaller than the sun, and you're left with a ring or annulus of sunlight surrounding the moon during the maximum phase. And the disadvantage of that is that you don't get the darkness of totality, you don't get to see the solar corona, you don't see planets in the daytime. So it's really, as far as viewing it, it's much more like seeing a partial eclipse.
Now, with all these eclipses that you've seen, a few have been in the United States, but a lot of these are happening in maybe some more remote places around the world. What's the most remote location you've gone to see a solar eclipse?
Hands down, Antarctica.
Wow.
Was on a Russian icebreaker for 28 days. We pulled off onto the ice sheet on eclipse day and set up on the ice sheet. Unfortunately, we had a lot of mixed cloud that day, so we saw bits and pieces of totality through some clouds. So it wasn't the best experience from that point of view, but the change in the lighting, we were surrounded by these icebergs, and the change of the lighting, the colors on the icebergs was fabulous.
Now, we're going to be at Carbondale, obviously, for the 2017 eclipse, and what I'm wondering is, I know that that's a unique situation because 7 years later, Carbondale again is going to be right on the path of totality. How frequent of an occurrence is that kind of intersection when it comes to eclipses?
Well, the frequency of seeing a total solar eclipse from any one spot on the Earth is about once in 375 years. It varies a lot over that number. That's just a really average number. But to have two of them in the same place is astronomically unusual. The previous total eclipse that passed through Illinois was back in 1869, so over a century ago.
Wow.
And in the future, the next total eclipse in Illinois is 2153, so that's over 100 years into the future before we get another one here.
Just from my limited experience, I've never seen a total solar eclipse, but from my mind, it seems like they would all be the same. What makes the solar eclipses different each time?
Every solar eclipse is different. For one thing, because they happen all over the world, you're in a different country. You're experiencing a different culture, a different environment. It might happen at a different time of day. The duration of the eclipse is different from one eclipse to another. It might be 30 seconds in India, and it might be 7 minutes in Mexico. But the real major difference is that the sun's corona is very dynamic. It changes day to day, hour to hour. I mean, you look at the NASA SOHO images in the LASCO coronagraph, and you see the corona really dynamic over the time scales of each image that are taken. So imagine the difference in the corona from one eclipse to another that's separated by 18 months. They're enormously different.
What is it about the eclipse that has sort of directed your life, this life goal of chasing them all around the globe? What is it about them that interests you the most?
Well, there's sort of two, at least for me, there are sort of two aspects of it. One is the sort of intellectual satisfaction of being able to predict something with such precision and then see it come to fruition. But the other one is much more visceral. It's just the primal reaction of seeing the sun vanish in the daytime sky and replaced by this eerie twilight and the outflashing of the sun's solar corona, which is just the most spectacular, beautiful, natural phenomenon I have ever seen with the naked eye. It's just incredible. And no photograph, no video comes close to actually seeing it with your own eyes.
Blair, while you were doing that interview with Fred, I was just actually hanging on every word. And I have to say, he's probably one of the most interesting interviews we've ever had on NASA Edge.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about the preparation that goes into an event like this. I mean, because of weather, he's got to be ready to go out to the West Coast and be ready to view the eclipse there, Carbondale, or even on the East Coast, and make that decision at the last moment so that he can continue his reign as Mr. Eclipse.
I tell you what, that is sort of the big X factor in viewing a total solar eclipse is going to be the weather.
Yep.
I mean, you have to, a lot of these eclipse chasers are on point the day or two before. They don't know where they're going.
It's true.
So.
We're going to be locked into Carbondale, Illinois, but I'm actually wondering if he actually has his own private jet so he can hop around and get to where he needs to be.
If he doesn't, it's a good call.
Think he has Mr. Eclipse on the side?
Maybe.
And speaking of being locked in, being in Carbondale at Southern Illinois University, Bob Baer, who is the co-chair of the Eclipse Steering Committee, gave us an invitation to actually come out and do the show there. And we were out there a couple months ago to check out the facilities, and we're looking for a big show there. And I had a chance to sit down with Bob and learn all about the activities that are going to go on. So Bob, you're one of many cities along the path of totality that's going to be covering the eclipse. What is Southern Illinois University going to be bringing to the table?
So quite a bit. This is a really large area here in Southern Illinois, and the university is about 6 to 7 miles from the point of greatest duration. We're setting up a lot of different venues here. We've got venues that will be open to the public leading up to and the day of the eclipse. We're going to try to enhance people's experience when they come here.
Now, we're expecting millions of people, not just in the United States, but from around the world to be flocking along the path of totality, from Oregon all the way down to Charleston. How are you going to deal with all these crowds coming to Carbondale?
That's a really good question. So what we've been doing in our planning is we've been planning for what we think we can handle on campus. We're working with the city. The city's doing some of their own planning as well, but we're trying to tie it together so that it works well. But give the people who are coming here a place to go. Let them, in some cases, reserve tickets for some of the venues so that they know that they have a spot. We're working with the hotels through the area, and as well as with the state property, the parks, the state forest, the national forests. There's a lot of people from those organizations today to take part in planning.
Are you going to offer programs for your students to be able to do any scientific research with the eclipse next year?
The main one here is the Citizen Kate experiment. Okay. And that one, as you can see, we have one of the telescopes here today from that. We got involved in that a couple years ago while it was still being formed somewhat. I was working with Matt Penn, who's the PI of that project, and I went with one student from SIU to Indonesia. I went with a physics undergraduate named Sarah Kovac. Okay. And Sarah's leading a good-sized group of students here. They'll be doing a workshop here at this conference tomorrow and continuing this through this eclipse as well as beyond, we hope.
Now, you were over in Indonesia to view the last eclipse, which was back in March of this year?
March 9th, 2016, yep.
So what are some tips that you can give to the general public who may want to see the eclipse, or if they're outside the path of totality to see the partial eclipse, that may help them out?
So the eclipse is big. That was one of the things I didn't understand. When I saw it in the sky, it was a lot larger than I expected. You've got this full moon and you've got a corona, and that corona looked to be about twice the diameter of the sun. So you don't need a telescope to see that. You can see a full moon naked eye, and you can see that corona naked eye, and that's the only way you can see the corona. There's a sunset effect that you get 360 degrees around you, so if you have some open space anywhere around you, you can see that sunset. If you have a lot of open space, if you're up on a high elevation, the sunset's all around you. And that sunset, those colors fade in and fade out. For people who are nature lovers, you've got all these cool sounds coming in, like the frogs, the crickets, all the animals that come awake at night come awake during an eclipse. And it gets pretty loud. In Indonesia, that got very loud where we were at. We had tropical birds just going crazy around us. And then depending on the place you're in, like for Carbondale, we're going to have the crowds here. I'm really excited to see this with a large amount of people, to hear the roar of the crowd, to see the reactions of the people. The partials, eclipse glasses are great, projection methods are great, and as you get close to totality, those high percentage partials, like say a 90% partial, when that light comes down through the trees or through a hole, like a pinhole, or even you can hold out your hands and you can see the diffraction patterns on the ground. You can see little shapes of the eclipse on the ground as you get to 90% and above. So there's lots of cool things kids can do during the partial as long as they're supervised. If I had some advice for people who are going to take pictures of the partials with proper filters. That's great. That's a lot of fun. You've got like an hour to do that in. But once totality hits, you really need to be looking at totality and just enjoying it.
Once you have totality and that moon is blocking the disk of the sun, you can pull those glasses off and see the corona.
In fact, you have to, right? Because if you're still wearing the glasses, you won't be able to see anything.
But then that's where the time comes in, because I think for us in Southern Illinois, I think it's like 2 minutes and 40 seconds for totality. But once you approach that 2:40, you got to put those glasses back on, because once you see the sun again, I mean, it could damage your eyes.
Yeah, it's very important. And what's also interesting, in addition to all these events and the safety, it's not even just limited to that particular weekend. I had a chance to talk to Emily Stanley from the Girl Scouts, and they're planning several STEM activities to help prepare the Girl Scouts and others for the science behind the eclipse. Let's check it out. Emily, I understand that the Girl Scouts are very interested in STEM initiatives and implementing them, and I'm just wondering, how do you go about adding these STEM initiatives into the Girl Scout program?
Well, we really like to incorporate all things girl-led. So girls choose what they do, and then we want to make it hands-on, because we found research-wise that girls learn better. So all our activities are hands-on, girl-led, and then they cooperatively problem solve, which, as you probably know, is important for today's working society too.
That's awesome, and what a great place. I mean, being out here, you can just imagine all the science that goes on out here. What are some examples of some things that you do now for STEM with the Girl Scouts?
And Girl Scouts of Southern Illinois, we have two very strong initiatives, the Outdoor Adventure Initiative and the STEM Initiative. And it's great when the two marry together, and we have a lot of environmental education. Girls get to sample water, to look at water quality, look at the flora and fauna in the camps and the areas that they're outdoors. And then with the STEM Initiative, we like to take it a little step further and have microscopes out and dip nets, and then they can classify the animals. We also like the water quality aspect because there's an opportunity to introduce a lot of chemistry.
Yeah, now, how are you going to incorporate some of these themes for the upcoming eclipse into this STEM initiative?
Well, we're really, really excited because we're going to have some space science badges ready by next year. Our national office is currently editing those. I think what we're going to do from a council perspective is we're going to marry the outdoor and STEM initiatives, and we're going to get the girls outside and active during the day, appreciating the planet they live on. And then perhaps in the evening do some more astronomy work, and then we're going to do some like hard science where we're looking at the rover function and programming robots that help us explore extraterrestrial areas.
These are really great initiatives and activities that you're planning. How do you get them involved in all the individual groups? Do you have to train leaders? Are they already trained? How does that work?
Well, as you can imagine, in 40 and a half counties and 13,000 girls, we have to rely on some very dedicated adults, and we're very fortunate. We have about 4,000 dedicated adults in our council, and they go through basic leadership training, which is incorporating how to use our curriculum, our core curriculum, and our badges. And then we have a lot of little extra trainings on telescope and GPS, and we have Sky Scouts to help them navigate the night sky with the girls. As far as we have resource kits the leaders can check out, which has a printed curriculum and everything you'd need to do, so do science experiments in your troop or out at camp, which is ideal. And we do get to beta test a lot, which is a lot of fun.
That's what we call it, right? Beta test. I got to go on a beta test this weekend.
It's just fun play at work. Yeah, it's great. So a lot of times we'll test out the experiments, which makes for a very interesting kitchen scene in our core office. But
it becomes a lab, right?
It does. It really does.
Awesome. Now, speaking of kitchens, Girl Scouts famous for some cookies, I believe. I wouldn't know, but I'm assuming so. Are you guys going to have an Eclipse cookie, maybe?
Maybe not an Eclipse cookie per se, but we certainly are going to use the cookies in helping promote the Eclipse activities that we're going to do.
Would that involve some extra cookies being available that we could perhaps eat during the production?
Of course. That's how we often thank our collaborators. Our girls are really good at getting out there, and part of the cookie sale is learning financial literacy skills, which is important to any job, but especially a job in STEM.
You know, Blair, I'm really glad you had a chance to interview Emily, because education, especially at the kids that age, it's extremely important to understand the science aspects of it. And what a great way for the Girl Scouts to give back to the community and understanding just what a total solar eclipse is.
And that's what makes this whole event so unique, is the Girl Scouts will be prepared to enjoy this eclipse. And maybe some of them will be able to enjoy the one in 2024, 7 years later as well, but it's such a unique event.
You know, I was a Boy Scout when I was growing up in Baltimore, and we didn't have an opportunity to, view something like this. So, for kids coming around these days to have the opportunity through the Girl Scouts and through NASA Edge and through what we're, producing, I think it's great for the kids.
Now, were you able to bring back some Girl Scout cookies?
No comment. But you know what? It's also interesting that it's not even just stopping at the Girl Scouts. Right. One of the cool things about an event like this that we know about so far in advance is there's lots of citizen science going on. And one of the things that I'm really interested in is the Citizen Kate experiment, where they're actually going to use telescopes across the country to gather data about the eclipse. And I had a chance to sit down with Matt Penn, who's organizing the event, to find out exactly what's behind Citizen Kate. Now, Matt, you're working on a very cool project for the eclipse called Citizen Kate. Tell me all about it.
Right, so the Citizen Continental America Telescopic Eclipse Experiment, or Citizen Kate experiment for short, involves a network of telescopes across the country. And we're going to have a spectacular eclipse coming across the country, but at any one site, you can only see the corona during totality for maybe 2 minutes. What we'd like to do is to study the corona for a much longer period of time. And by stringing together a network of sites and merging that data, we'll be able to make a movie 90 minutes long showing the corona.
So you guys are making a film kind of like Orson Welles with Citizen Kane. You're Citizen Kate.
Rosebud, Missouri is actually a town that's in the path of totality. So in the park in Rosebud, Missouri, at around noon, people will see the corona for about 2.5 minutes. It's an opportunity to name the program and have several different twists that work really well.
Is your movie going to be in black and white? Because I love black and white.
Yes, it will be in black and white. We have monochrome cameras.
Now, how are you going to get these observations all along the path of totality?
Right. It's going to be a challenge. Certainly, we don't have enough solar physicists in the country to man these locations with scientists. So we're reaching out to volunteers, people who do amateur astronomy as a hobby, or people in school who like astronomy, or teachers, with the added bonus that the idea is we'll give them the telescope and the equipment after the eclipse. So the eclipse is something that they'll participate in, it's cutting edge research, and then afterwards they can take the telescope home and continue with astronomy research at night.
Now, are you obligating them to provide data for the rest of their lives? If you give them a telescope, then they've got to report into you, or is this really just one of those inspirational things?
You know, speaking with the people here at the meeting, you understand that they're just driven. They're motivated. This is their passion, to look at the skies. And so I'm not really going to have to, encourage them or make them sign a contract. These are people who are going to go out and use the telescope at night just because they love to do it. So I think this this is the best way to deal with the resources of the telescope after the eclipse.
Now, would this only apply to amateur scientists that are in the path, or would anybody be available if they could travel?
Oh yeah, so we have across the country about 100 or 150 people volunteering who have hotel reservations and are going to be at the eclipse and just want to be involved in the project to take data. Another benefit is that the data that will be collected will be used for cutting-edge science, and those people will be involved in the publications, and they'll be cited. Their contributions will be cited properly.
So if I were able to participate in this program and I collected some observations and data and you used it scientifically, would I be able to receive an honorary doctorate in some kind? Because I'm really looking to get into the scientific community.
If I had my own university and could do that, I would certainly give you a degree. But people will be acknowledged in a respectable way in the publications and the research that comes out, yes.
Thinking of this movie that you're going to construct with this data, you have to train these people to actually capture the data well. How do you do that?
Yeah, there are some things that are a little bit complicated. First, setting up the telescope is going to be a little time-consuming. And then we have about an hour's worth of calibration data before the eclipse, where people have to be following, we hope, a pretty simple script to take the calibration data, to turn the data, just from pictures into real science quality data. So we're going to have some training sessions, and right now we're working with 4 student groups at different universities and training them to become the trainers for the 2017 event.
Now, if this is successful, do you anticipate replicating this program and perhaps taking an additional step in, say, 2024?
Yes. The interesting thing about this is it could also be a test case for the 2024 eclipse. That eclipse has a longer duration, which means we can collect more scientific data. And it's also exciting because it involves the entire North American continent. So we can go from Mexico through the United States and Canada. It'll be a real international affair. And we're looking forward to having another project building on what we learned from 2017.
So it's kind of a global citizenship for Citizen Kate in 2024.
Exactly. There are many programs. Astronomers Without Borders is one of those programs that does astronomy around the globe. And a total solar eclipse doesn't care what country it crosses. It's going to cross the Earth. It's a nice way to unite people from different countries and have a shared experience with the sun and the moon.
Matt's project is really interesting. I really can't wait to see the data and the images from the citizen scientists across the country when they put it together to make that film.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Franklin. If we weren't doing the live show, it would be cool to pick a spot along that path to totality, get one of his telescopes, collect the data for Matt and his team, and then we would be, a part of history.
When are we going to talk about harvesting the sun's power for my egomaniacal purposes?
Man, we're not talking about harvesting the sun. We're here to observe the beauty of the sun during the total solar eclipse.
And get some science out of it.
I'm just trying to get my money's worth out of this mask.
You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Dude, aren't you too short to be Kylo Ren?
Really? We gotta break into the short jokes?
He's on 2 apple boxes.
I'm sitting in a chair. Come on now. I mean, what was he, like?
6'1".
What?
You ever seen a 5'4" Kylo Ren? Come on, man.
Well, are there any 5'5" characters in Star Wars that you can think of?
Ewoks.
Jawas.
Really? Jawas? Bad call. I'm taller than they are.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Up next, NASA Edge.
On TOTV, government television for the city of Thousand Oaks.
welcome to NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA. We're here with Amanda, engineer here at NASA Langley Research Center, and she's going to talk to us today about the Orion flight test article. Hey, Amanda.
Hi, how are you doing?
So what is a flight test article?
Well, a flight test article, there's a whole series of flight tests that they have to do before they can certify all the components of the Ares project before astronauts can ride in the vehicle.
Okay, cool. Now, this particular flight test article is going to be used on an upcoming test.
That is correct.
That's called Paddleboard 1.
That is correct.
Which will take place at the end of the year.
That's right.
And so do we have seats inside, astronauts inside? Is it manned, unmanned?
No, not actually on this flight test article. It's designed to be kind of a crude mock-up to show the outer mold line shape and the mass properties, so the mass and center of gravity that relate to the operational vehicle. But this one doesn't have any. It has some subsystems in it, but no seats. Nobody rides in this one.
So how much does this thing weigh?
Right now it's about 11,000 pounds right now, and on the day of launch it'll be right around 18,000 pounds.
So that's equivalent to what when we actually have the real Ares 1X with the Orion Crew Module on board, it'll be about 18,000 pounds?
Yeah, it's a ballpark there.
Oh, cool. Now, give me the dimensions. How wide is this and how tall is it?
Okay, it's about 11 feet tall and 16 and a half feet in diameter.
So you know, my co-host, he's really short, so I think he could probably fit about 4 or 5 of them.
Oh, really? Yeah, you probably could.
He was supposed to be on the shoot today, but for some reason he didn't show up. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, that's why I'm doing solo today.
Okay.
So I'm looking at, is this an aluminum structure here?
Yes, it's majority aluminum. There's some ballast pieces in there that are steel and a little bit of piece made out of composite.
Now, on the inside, since there's really no seats, there's no electronics, I mean, what's actually inside of this right now?
Right now, there's just kind of a floor. It's a few pieces you can step on, but not much. We put temporary floor down to walk around. And it has 3 vertical I-beams going through the middle. And then it has sections to mount for avionics and the DFI, the other subsystems that'll go inside.
Now, is this completely sealed right now, or is it?
Right now, yes. Yes, we're getting ready to ship out, so we're going through all of our final checklists before it ships out to Dryden.
And what's Dryden going to be doing?
Dryden will be installing the subsystems prior to going to the launch site.
So great teamwork in action there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Now, you've been working on this for a couple years now?
That's correct.
From start to finish, huh?
Yeah, so I was in a little bit on the conceptual side, and when we had a small design team, and we've certainly grown. And
well, you must be pretty happy to actually see a piece of hardware.
Oh, yes. I can't tell you how amazing it is to, go from an engineering program and see where you're building a CAD model, and then where it goes to actual hardware pieces fabricated to the assembly.
Hey, can you see me for a second?
Yeah.
It's Blair.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Hey, Chris, all my exercise paid off. You won't.
Hey, where you at? I'm interviewing Amanda right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm right in. I'm nearby. I'm inside the flight test article. I squeezed my way in. It's great. It's cramped, but great.
Blair says he's inside the capsule right now.
He's inside the capsule
he said the capsule weighs 150 pounds more than the 11,000 pounds.
Okay, well, we'll account for that on our mass sheet, and tell him he's sorry. He's gonna have to stay in there. We've already gone through our.
Hey, Amanda says it's sealed. I mean, you're not coming out.
Yeah, we took a measurement with him in there.
Yeah, the measurement.
He's got to stay. We can't.
Yeah, the measurement's with you in there, so you can't leave.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
And they're not going to take the hatch off. We don't have time. We don't have time for that.
What's that?
That's not going to make sense because I need food. Can you take some Jell-O and squeeze it through?
Can you squeeze some Jell-O in between the cracks so he can kind of squeeze through, or is it?
I don't know. There's a little hole right there. We can give you some food, but I think that's all. We'll weigh it before we put it in.
Hey, it's going out to Dryden.
What did you say, Dryden? Do I get mileage? Do I get free miles?
Hey, you don't have to use the facilities, do you?
Not until you said that. Thanks very little.
He's gonna have to hold.
Think of Dry.
There's nothing there. So, hey, look, I gotta go, man.
Well,
hey, I'll contact you in about a week or so, and we'll hopefully you come out okay.
What do you mean?
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
What do you?
Oh no, he'll be all right. That'll be a good test for them to practice.
Absolutely.
He'll have to write a report on how that comes out.
Hey, Amanda, thank you so much.
Nice meeting you.
Hey, you're watching NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Chris, tell me you did not leave the hangar. I wish I could remember Morse code. Dash. I can't go to Dryden like this. That's crazy.
Welcome to NASA Edge,
an inside and outside outside look at all things NASA.
We'd like to thank you for joining us today here at Yuri's Night Bay Area 2008, right here at the Ames Research Center,
where we're celebrating Yuri Gagarin being the first human being in space back in 1961.
And this is just one over 100 different celebrations across the country and internationally.
And our theme today is Radical Technology for a Sustainable Future.
Hey, we have a lot of cool exhibits. We have some robotic technologies. We have flight demonstrations.
Party atmosphere.
Yeah, that's right.
Plus, we have a radical new segment called Shuttle Bay Confessions. You don't want to miss it.
Hey, you're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and intimate look at all things NASA.
Intimate?
Oh, so what's up with that?
Shuttle Bay Confessions.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Tesla Roadster. It's 100% electric. It's a performance car. It does 0 to 60 in 4 seconds.
The cool technology is in the battery system that you have. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
That and the motor. So our battery is all lithium-ion batteries. It's a standard cell that's in many laptops, and we have 6,831 of them. We liquid cool them to keep them at their optimal state.
Now, what about the frame of the car? Is this just like an aluminum body here?
So it's actually a carbon fiber body with bonded aluminum chassis underneath. Very similar to a Lotus Elise in that respect.
We'll witness Yuri's Night celebration from 200 miles above the Earth, where we marvel every day at how precious our home planet is. In fact, the first words spoken from space were, "I see the Earth. It is beautiful."
Airplane show.
So what was that like, seeing the acrobatic planes?
Yeah, I like the colors of the planes.
That's cool. How about yourself, James?
I was getting a little nervous. Some of the planes, I wasn't too sure if they were coming out of it.
Oh, really?
I haven't seen planes really come that low to the ground before.
That's your parachute. Ripcord's over here. So in the event you had to bail out, headset off, harness, lift those two, get them loose. Hop, just whatever it takes. Do your best swan dive, one side or the other, doesn't matter.
I hate to tell you guys this, but I am definitely insider material now.
Now you got to explain your outfits here. You got the green star going. You got stars everywhere. Explain the outfits.
Well, we were trying to be. This is the first time we are in this Yuri's Night or any kind of astronomical event, and he's my galaxy and I'm his star. So.
Did you hear that? We have a galaxy and the stars.
I've never been to space, but if anyone's willing to take it to space, I will loan it to them.
You might recognize this guy from H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. Chris told me that if I misbehave, that thing comes to life and hits me with that red eye beam. So I'll be on my best behavior.
I would love to go. Let's see, what would I do that's wild and crazy?
So the word wild is so relative to me. It's kind of hard to extract.
I'd do anything.
Kiss a monkey.
I'd be willing to bungee jump naked.
Staining my skin like blue forever.
I'm afraid of turtles. I'd be willing to go back into the ocean.
Sewing on a few other limbs and learning how to use them.
I'd be willing to do almost anything to get into space, really.
Remember, I'm a former
general in the Rebel Alliance, so I'm not afraid to go any place.
Copy that.
Well, first of all, I would wear leg braces, and I would wear body armament, and I would wear material that helped strengthen my bone structure. Because I heard that when you go up into space, that you come back, you're no longer an Earthling. Did you know that?
First of all, I'd take it all in. And I think it would take about 24 and a half minutes to do that properly.
Oh, I think I would probably just float around and listen to music, quite honestly.
I would bring somebody from each continent, and preferably young people, and have them talk about how they want to have space be for all humankind.
Wow, I was just looking at, twirling around and around and around just to see if I can vomit.
I would do a lot of flip-flops, run from side to side.
When you start genetically manipulating something, you're changing genes. You're turning some genes on and turning others off.
Oh, I'd want to drink water, because you know how you have to suck the ball or blow the ball out and then suck it back in. That'd be kind of fun.
I would like to attempt to brush my teeth.
Oh, I'm sure I'd be resonating my voice and conveying my internal feelings through that.
Maybe I can finally work on my backstroke.
And part of the problem I have is with continence. And so I try to figure out how the heck I could go to the bathroom up there.
Well, I'm an alien hunter, so I would go out and zoom around and try to find some aliens and hunt them down and bring them back and rope them up and have a similar sort of conversation with them. Well, I have a large walk-in closet. I'm sure I could put some cushions in there, and they can hang out in between my high heels.
But while I was rocking out, I'd take samples of things.
I fell down during an all-hands walk trying to run mics.
I was working at the SETI booth, and someone had asked me what SETI does, and I had said they send out signals when they listen to signals.
I worked on a rodent nutrition study, and I had to pick out fecal samples with a tweezer from the cages, the animal cages.
I did once wear the same Barbarella outfit that somebody else did.
I once was doing an experiment that involved some flames, and it kind of got my bangs, and they're very flammable, and kind of went from here to about there in half a second.
You can refilm this, right?
I think it was when I walked into the wind tunnel one day when they were doing tests, and I can't tell you what happened. I mean, it would probably you'd call it a wardrobe malfunction, but my whole wardrobe malfunctioned, and I was left there without a stitch of clothing on, and it was the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me.
I think it was being in the Shuttle Bay Confessional on NASA Edge.
Shuttle Bay Confessions.
Hey, we had a great time here at Yuri's Night, Bay Area 2008.
Yeah, and I think Yuri would be proud because
I think so too.
A lot of really radical technology and really good stuff for our environment, for the environment.
And the Shuttle Bay Confessions,
classic. I don't think we'll be able to do that ever again.
And by the way, do you guys get paid for doing this?
Hey, we're signing off here at NASA Edge. We had a great time at Yuri's Night. We look forward to next year.
Yep, you're watching NASA Edge.
Inside and outside the look.
And all things NASA.
That's great, man.
Let's
go listen to some music.
Talk about the inflatable habitat. Karen, tell us about this structure behind us.
This is an inflatable lunar habitat structure concept.
Gotcha.
It's just an idea for a house that could go on the moon.
Pretty cool. Now, you say it's inflatable. Why are we looking at inflatable structures as opposed to maybe rigid structures?
Because inflatable structures, you can pack them in just about any shape in a much smaller volume than you can a hard structure.
And that's really important because mass is a critical factor when you get the hardware up into the moon, right?
Mass and volume.
Okay.
Volume is what's critical.
Now, when you look at an inflatable structure, I mean, what kind of materials are we looking at?
This one is made out of nylon, which is not a material that would be suitable for a lunar environment. But a real lunar habitat would be made out of something like Vectran, which is a liquid crystalline polymer that's high strength and durable and holds up to low temperatures.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, this particular concept here, I mean, would that be considered a big habitat, a small habitat?
This habitat is 50 cubic meters, and it's not real big. It might be something that's suitable for an airlock size or an outpost mission or a field experiment type mission, but a habitat that the astronauts would live in would probably be 150 cubic meters.
Now, and looking at this structure right here, so they take it up into the lunar surface, you know, they're going to have some type of crane device putting it on the ground, and then it just inflates, just like a balloon. Or like inflating a basketball.
Hopefully the final design will do something like that with minimal astronaut work put into putting it up. This one is not totally collapsible that would go into a lander that would go onto the lunar surface.
Yeah, I understand it. Looking at this structure here, there's two parts. You said there's the airlocks in the front here?
Right. The smaller part that's 1.5 meters in diameter is the airlock part, and then the main hab part is 3.65 meters in diameter.
Think we can go inside?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go check it out.
Okay.
Come on, let's go. Okay, Karen, we're here in the airlock, and what's the purpose of the airlock?
Well, this is so you can go from one atmospheric pressure to the other. On the moon's surface, there's no atmosphere, there's a vacuum. And so when you open this door, you're still in a vacuum and you can't breathe. So we have to shut this door, close this vent, and then open the vent on this door so that it equalizes the pressure in here so it's the same as in there, and then it'll be safe to take off your astronaut helmet and you can breathe and you can go inside the main hab.
That's why I noticed when you open up this valve, I can tell all the air comes rushing in my face. So now we're pressurized, ready to go.
That's right.
And we can go into the hab.
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
So I just open up this door like this?
Yes, open the door.
What's that water noise? I thought you said...
What water? There's not supposed to be water running in here.
Sounds like a shower.
We've got a mock-up shower.
Hey, Chris, could you hand me that mug right there? Yeah.
Hey, Blair.
Oh, hey.
Here.
Hi, Karen. How's it going?
Blair.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be out in a second.
So tell us about this this mock-up here. I see you have some shelving, got some computers. What's going on here?
There are certain things that you need to go to live on the moon. We had some LARS students that came here last summer, and I gave them the job of being interior designers.
So the LARS students are the summer students that work here at NASA Langley for the summer?
Right.
College, high school?
Right.
Okay.
They were two high school students.
Okay.
They provided a sleeping area.
Okay.
They have a storage area. They have a food area.
It's not bad. Not bad.
You doing okay?
Oh yeah, it's refreshing. I'm living the life, getting ready for a little Earthrise.
How long have you been in there?
Outside? About 72 hours, something like that. Oh yeah, and excuse the mess over there. Sorry about that. It's a little like a New York bachelor pad right now. Not that I know what that's like.
They had a talk with the astronaut Jerry Ross, and he told them some things that they needed and some things that they didn't need. And he said the astronauts do not need a refrigerator.
Okay.
And they could not take a microwave because it takes up too much power.
Right.
But they could have a convection oven.
Oh,
so
cool,
the LARS students made a mock-up of a convection oven.
It's a top quality convection oven, yeah.
It is. Let me see that. There you go.
Look at that. Not bad.
And they have a work area here.
Okay.
And he talked a lot about the shower facilities. And on the
Which are great, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Which I don't know whose this is, but they got the little wind chime buttons. I mean, it like makes a little noise every time I skip around. Scared my little puppy Enterprise here earlier.
Now you said this is 50 cubic meters?
50 cubic meters.
Meters. Okay. Now, how many astronauts in this type of situation would probably work in here? Just two,
This
or?
would probably be two for
okay.
a living condition. For an
Okay.
airlock, you could accommodate more astronauts.
More astronauts. Okay. The workstation. You got the bed. You got the shower facility. Now, is there a restroom facility?
Oh yeah. Oh
Is there?
Yeah.
It works. Okay.
Oh yeah. Trust me, a lot better than Mars.
Well, this is really cool, Karen. I really want to thank you for taking your time out to show us this inflatable lunar habitat. And I don't know, man.
It's great.
I question you sometimes.
It's great. I mean, I don't know whose this is. I hope they don't mind. I will dry clean it, though.
You know what happened was he actually got stuck in the Orion flight test article and got shipped to Dryden. And he was actually in the structure. We couldn't get him out, and he flew across country in a plane.
This much better, far better. Let me tell you, it's like luxury living.
We need to take him to the doctors. Well, thanks, Karen. I hope when the next generation hab or the next iteration comes out, hopefully we'll get a chance to get inside and take a look at it.
I hope so too.
Cool. Hey, you're watching NASA Edge.
Inside and inside, all things NASA.
Hey, I like how she talks.
Oh, I forgot the look part. Inside and inside, look, all things NASA.
See, I like that.
You know, I'm just going to go.
She even corrected herself.
Well, that's like me. I've corrected myself many times. But no, that's a fine job for someone not wearing a pink robe and shower cap.
Dude, Karen said you already used your water supply for the shower. You don't have any water to rinse.
No worry. Nope. Oh,
You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, we need to get some water. I need to go.
Only Boyer.
Let's do something that's pretty brutal.
Are you excited about the races today?
Mark, get set, go.
We're gonna have one team member behind the bike, wheel here, one person behind the seat, and you can join in wherever.
I want to be in the front with my face prominent.
All right, you guys ready? 1, 2, 3.
Go NASA Edge! Go NASA Edge!
Faster, Brandon, faster. You're not going to win in this condition. You must be faster than they are. Okay, Brandon, that's right. Those legs have got to burn more than that, buddy. If you're going to be a winner, I see a loser in an astronaut suit right now. I'm not seeing what I need to see. Pain is gain. Let's pick it up. You're not going to win a moon buggy race like that, Brandon. You must fight gravity. Yes, very nice. Very nice, very good. I like to see that. Pain is gain. Nice. A lot better in 0G, but for now, it's the hard stuff. Very good. Keep it up. I'm tired now, so keep going while I catch my breath. We're going to do a little fire feat. So when I blow the whistle, you're going to have to drop. But now it's fire feat. We're on Mercury. We're on Mars. We're on Mercury. We're on the sun. Oh yeah, Brandon. It's hot on the sun. It's hot on Mercury. Get ready, because it's coming. Get up. Get up. You're burning. You're burning. Get up. Brandon, you don't want it bad enough, Brandon. You're going to have to get up. You're going to have to fight for it. You're burning up. Those moon buggies are blowing you out of the water. Don't let them get you, Brandon. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot on Mercury. Hot on Mars. No, it's cold on Mars, but for our purposes today, it's very hot. Yes. Sorry. I don't know what this is, but... Go on, go.
Let's go over this one more time. It's real simple. You basically have all your math symbols over here. This is a moon buggy. You got this little tandem deal. We got two guys here. Interesting figures, some pedals, and of course you've got your high math symbols here with the VT, DT, and sine and cosine and whatnot. A performance pie chart I've developed here, which you combine with all these equations, obviously, with all this. And then you see, of course, it's going to be 110 degrees out there, very hot. So it's going to be a rough day. But if all my calculations are correct, we're going to look at a victory right here. See, all that equals victory. Hey, Brandon, can you pay attention there? Of course, we have to factor in some of these other teams, like Point of Contact, Moon Runners. We don't know if they have an eligible team. They need to be tested. Lunatics, kind of crazy. Team Orion, Hay Bashers. So you don't know exactly what you might be up against. So the final thing I want you guys to remember, of course, is the ultimate message that we can't forget, and that is the NASA theme, failure is not an option. Oh, wait a minute. How'd that happen? How'd that happen? Oh, well, it's clear around here on the other side. Failure not an option. Just remember these equations, and we'll get a victory. We will win.
your numbers, man. Congratulations, guys. How's it feel?
The pre-press is we might have set the time to beat.
Hey, we can
Good job, guys.
Living with diabetes is the pits.
When I wake up, the first thing I have to do is check my blood sugar.
I just want to feel like all the other kids without pricking my fingers or injecting myself with insulin.
Diabetes is rough on my whole family. When I was diagnosed, my mom couldn't stop crying. But imagine a cure.
Right now, as many as 3 million children and adults are living with type 1 diabetes. They will never outgrow it. Some will face complications like kidney failure, blindness, and heart disease. That's why the science the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation is supporting is so critical. Imagine a cure.
We all have a vision of that perfect smile. But when it comes to our smile, no matter how hard we try, it's not something we can draw, paint, or wait to miraculously appear. We need the help of an orthodontist, a trained expert in the field of orthodontics. They're the ones to entrust with your smile, because they receive an additional 2 to 3 years of specialized education beyond dental school to become orthodontists. As specialists, these doctors do orthodontic treatment day in and day out. Your child might be the next Picasso, so be sure to trust that brilliant smile to the right hands. Checkups with an orthodontist no later than age 7 can mean the difference between dreaming you had that perfect smile and actually having a lifetime of healthy, beautiful smiles. For more information, visit braces.org.
Recent increases in smuggling are putting American food sources at risk. People and businesses are smuggling live birds and poultry products to sell online, in specialty groceries or outdoor markets. They may think they are simply catering to their customers' tastes, but what they are really importing is trouble. Importing outside USDA safeguards is not only illegal, it threatens American food production. Smuggled poultry products or smuggled birds can bring in diseases, such as exotic Newcastle disease or avian influenza, bird flu, into the U.S. We need your help to make sure that what is grown and raised here stays safe from foreign pests and disease. If you suspect a business is importing or selling illegal birds or poultry products, call the Agriculture Hotline at 1-800-877-3835. You can make an anonymous report or find out exactly which products are prohibited. America's food supply is too important to let smugglers put it at risk. Report smuggled birds and poultry products.
I'm an AmeriCorps member now. My service gear. I look sharp. I want to help people. I want to make a difference. I want to get things done.
Join AmeriCorps.
You know, he was a modern composer, but he was writing in this classical style. It reminds me maybe of somebody restoring an old car. You know, they keep things original, but then they put their own little thing in it, like cup holders and subwoofers and a Model T. So I like that. I think he enjoyed writing that. This next piece, Happy, everyone asks me, what in the world does that have to do with classical music? So I'm going to tell you real quick. I was trying to explain to the students that when you play Mozart and Haydn, they didn't have to write every dot and dash on the music, that the musicians of the day would have understood that instinctively. So I was asking them, okay, what's a song you know? And they all, I mean like 99% said Happy. So I said, okay, if I gave you Happy, the composer would not have to put every little mark. You would just know how it felt, just because you're used to hearing this music. So I went and did a little research, and I found out that Happy is indeed a very happy and fun song. And I also found out that somebody was arranging it for youth, not for youth, for a string orchestra. So we were able to perform it. And I'm thinking that we could be one of the first string orchestras actually to perform this. We haven't even had this probably just about a month, so it's brand new. So they had a lot of fun playing this. So we'll finish with that, and then Ode to Joy, which from Beethoven's incredible final Ninth Symphony, you'll all recognize it. So I think it's a great way to end our concert with happy and joyful, because that's just the kind of year we've had, happy and joyful, and that's our wish here at CPO for all of our students. So have fun if you want to sing, if you want to clap, if you want to dance, just go right ahead, because I'm telling you, this one's really happy and fun.
Welcome to the concert. I'm glad you're all here. It's kind of warm up here. It's nice to see everybody here. Next number we're going to do, our assistant conductor, Michael Armstrong, will conduct for us, and it's the March Militaire. And what we've done is we've added some of the new strings from the last orchestra to play this number with us, kind of getting them warmed up and moving to the next level. We hope. So that's what we're looking for. So, Michael, if you come on out, Michael Armstrong, our assistant conductor. We're going to do something kind of special for you that's very, very different. It's the brainchild of our percussion coach, Bonnie Voss. She had brought this to me and said, hey, we need more for the percussion, and I got an idea. I said, oh, okay, let's do that. So we're going to do this Dr. Seuss thing called Gerald McBoing Boing, and it's from the 50s, so I'm sure there's some, I couldn't possibly remember that, but some of you might. And we have, it's going to feature our percussion section and a small wind section and a cello and viola. But we've got a really special person that's going to come in today and narrate for us. And if you look at the back of your program, you can look at that later, you notice that on November the 2nd, we're going to do a concert here with the 100-piece Symphony Orchestra with the Four Preps and the New Chordettes. And you're going to hear some old tunes and it will rock you out. I've seen them perform. They're amazing. So our narrator today is one of the Four Preps. And if you look, you see his biography, he goes way back. He's a pop icon, okay? He's still kicking. And right now, he runs the Four Preps and his wife is the head of the New Chordettes. So we're getting really excited. We're getting really revved up for this November benefit concert. It will benefit the youth orchestra. We're hoping to sell it out, make a lot of money, and help these kids. So I'd like to introduce to you now Mr. Bob Duncan.
This is the story of Gerald McCloy and the strange thing that happened to that young boy. They say it all started when Gerald was 2. At least most of the kids start talking at that time, too. He started talking. You know what he said? He didn't talk words. He went instead. "What's that?" cried his father, his face turning gray. "That's a very odd thing for a young boy to say." And poor Gerald's father rushed to the phone and quick dialed the number of Dr. Malone. "Come over fast," the poor father pled. "Our boy can't speak words. he goes boing, boing instead. In no time at all, the doctor was there. My, he said, this case is quite rare. Gerald opened his mouth, noises started to flow, and then little Gerald went. Three times in a row. I see, said the doctor. It's just as you said. He doesn't speak words. He goes putty-ump, crash bang instead. I've no cure for this. I can't handle the case. And he picked up his pills and walked out of the place. Months passed, and Gerald got louder and louder, till one day he went like a big keg of powder. It was then that his father said, "Oh, this is enough. He'll drive us both mad with this terrible stuff. A boy of his age shouldn't sound like a fool. He's got to learn words. We must send him to school." Gerald was scrubbed, and his hair was brushed neat. Then he was sent to the school on Mulberry Street. But a half an hour later, oh, alas and alack, with a note from his teacher, little Gerald came back.
From Public School 7 to Mrs. McCloy. Your little son Gerald's a most helpless boy. We cannot accept him, for we have a rule that a pupil must not go in our school. Your boy will go all his life, I'm afraid. Sincerely yours, Fanny Schultz, teacher, 1st grade. Now, Gerald's mother sent him outside to play. That way, at least, he'd be out of her way. But poor little Gerald, when he went outside, found if a fellow goes, no one wants him around. When a fellow goes, he can't have any pals, and his frighten the gals. Yeah, they all shouted. Your name's not McCloy. You're Gerald McBoing Boing, the noise-making boy. Now Gerald was sad, and in shame hung his head. He didn't go out. He just wished he was dead. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't speak words, but made noises instead. One late night, he went out in the snow, though Gerald knew he had no place to go. He'd never make good, he thought with a sob. A boy who makes noises can't hold down a job. His sad heart was breaking,
He'd jump on a train. He knew he could never come home again. But suddenly, while he ran clippity-clop, there came out of the night a voice shouting, "Stop!" Aren't you Gerald McBoing-Boing, the lad with the drums? My boy, you can still be the pride of your chums. I can make you the most famous lad in the nation, for I own the radio station. I need a smart fellow to handle the traps, who can play on a gourd while his castanets claps. Your timbre is great, your gong is inspired. Quick, come to. McBoing-Boing, you're hired. Now we switch to a concert already in progress on station BOING. Gerald's permanent address. You'll hear from this lad unbelievable sounds. On the drums and the cymbals, he has skills that have no bounds. Hold on to your seat. You'll witness the wonder of the musical world. For Gerald can't blunder. He'll make no mistake. This musical show stars Gerald McBoing-Boing. He's ready to go. Now Gerald is rich, he has friends, he's well fed, 'cause he doesn't speak words. He goes instead.
Thank you again for being here. There's a really special soloist today. See? Matthew Chen. You can read about his bio. He's won, like every award there is to win, and he just won the other night that we didn't get into the program. He had received at Oaks Christian Commencement the Dallas Price Van Breda Artistic Expression Award, and he is the first graduate in the history of Oaks Christian to attend the Juilliard School of Music. So we're really proud of that. There's 32 graduates today, and I could probably talk 15, 20 minutes about each one. I'm probably longer than that. Got a lot of stories about these people. But one little story about Matthew, and he's probably going to kill me for telling you this story, but when he was in the 3rd grade, he couldn't really sit in the chair because he was too small. So he didn't want to sit on the stool. And he kept telling his dad, I want to sit on the stool. He said, I have to sit on the stool because you're not big enough. So we're not really sure. We think he's been around for 11 years, 9 years. We're not sure. He's just been here forever. He holds the distinction of being a section leader, one of the youngest section leaders for the longest time. So without further ado, Matthew Chen. Well, since we have two wonderful seniors here, Matthew and Cameron are going to do a little encore for you. And this is the Passacaglia by Halverson. Wow. There's nothing else I can say. If I could get Michelle Bowman to come out. I forgot something. Karen, would you please come out here? Michelle has been a faithful board member and supporter for a long time. I believe it's back to 2002. We've traveled the world together. We've been to Europe. We've been to Hawaii. We've had so much fun. And the plaque says, with our appreciation, Michelle Bowman, thank you for your service as the president from 2010 to 2014 and your contributions to inspiring youth through music. Thank you, Michelle.
I couldn't do this without the support of the board of directors. I couldn't do this without the support of the volunteers, and I certainly would never have gotten involved had it not been for Bill Benson and Karen, my son David, who recently graduated Cal State Northridge with a degree in music performance. I don't play an instrument. I play spreadsheets. I can play a typewriter pretty good. But I really do appreciate this, and it's been a pleasure. It's an honor to serve. Thank you.
That was the La Gazzolata overture from the opera. And the opera, I've read it, and it's so convoluted, and it's about a bird that comes down and steals a silver spoon, and they blame somebody in town for doing it, and they're getting ready to prosecute him, and I don't know, maybe cut his head off, who knows. But the bird comes back and drops the spoon, and everything ends beautifully. So that's the story. Now we're going to play for you the most important four notes ever written in the history of music. Okay? Fate Knocking at the Door. What we'll do is we'll play the first movement, then we'll announce our seniors, our graduates, and then we'll end with the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Enjoy this, because we've had a lot of fun learning it and playing it. You're going to have a lot of fun hearing it. if my dear friend and colleague, Karen Sanchez, would come out. She's going to help me this year for a number of reasons. Biggest reason is I'm a big crybaby. So we're going to announce each name, years they've been in the orchestra, school they're going to, and their majors. And they're going to stand up, and if we'd like to get out of here before 10 o'clock tonight, let's hold our applause until they're all up. Graduates, stand up and stand, and we'll give a big thundering applause at the end. Okay, here we go. Karen, you start. I'm trying to breathe.
Take your time. Haley Gaidos, 5 years, UC Berkeley, English major.
Alexandria Elia, 3 years, University of St. Andrews in Scotland, neuroscience.
Braxton Lazar, 5 years, University of Arizona, electrical and computer engineering.
Aiden Saito, 4 years, La Sierra University, chemistry.
John Sotoli, 6 years, UCSB, physics.
Matthew Chin, 9, 10, 11, we're not sure, years, the Juilliard School of Music, cello performance.
Justin Buchanan, 3 years, UCLA, pre-med.
Alicia Carducci, 4 years, UCSB, political science.
Min Kwan, 5 years, Yale University, economics.
Sohil Bami, 9 years, UC Berkeley, computer science and engineering.
Okay. James Arndt, 1 year, Arizona State University, chemical engineering.
Ryan Swanson, 3 years, UC Davis, animal sciences.
Bryce Kramer, 4 years, University of Massachusetts, music performance.
Gavin Wright, 2 years, New England Conservatory, trumpet performance.
Gary Babich, 2 years, Moorpark College, electrical engineering.
Kamale King, 1 year, UC Santa Cruz, bioengineering.
Tucker Bose, 5 years, Cal State Channel Islands, history.
Braxton Torres, 3 years, Cal Arts, bassoon performance.
Amy Lee, 3 years, UC Berkeley, chemical engineering.
Jenna Brown Rout, 2 years, American University, public health.
Sophie Seymour, 4 years, Loyola Marymount University, business administration.
Margaret Harrison, 2 years, University of the Pacific, music therapy.
Jared Schnapper, 4.5 years, UC Berkeley, biological sciences and neurobiology.
Kevin Lee, 7 years, Boston College, undecided.
Vincent Chang, 11 years, UC Irvine, computer science.
Don't. Alan Chin, 5 years, Cornell University, policy analyst and management. This one's a hard one. You want me to do it?
Yes.
She can't do this one. Ryan Legault, 11 years, CSUN, music and psychology.
Thank you. Okay, J.L. Minor, 4 years, Pepperdine University, psychology.
McKenna Coker, 9 years, Wheaton College, English.
Cameron Daly, 6 years, Yale University, global affairs.
Joshua Lai, 6 years, UCLA, linguistics and computer science.
Sean Tundrikian, 4 years, Santa Monica College, undecided.
Kate Draper, 2 years, Dickinson College, the classics. And we have one more. We have one of our coaches, longtime coaches, been with us forever, who is just graduated, David Bowman, as a graduate at Cal State Northridge in music double bass performance. There's our graduates. Could a big round of applause. It was fate. Okay, we're gonna finish our program with the last movement of the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Hope you've enjoyed the concert. Please mark the date, November 2nd, for our big concert with the four preps and the chordettes. It will be a hoot, I guarantee it. So we've enjoyed you coming. Thank you all for being here and supporting us. And now, the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
You like 58. Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me. What do you think of it? Is it good? You love that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great.
Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
I love Southern California. There's something for everyone.
When I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see mountains.
I just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster. I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place to live.
It's a great place to start a business.
Best decision ever.
Welcome to Thousand Oaks, a family-based community with a dynamic cosmopolitan lifestyle. Thousand Oaks is home to various large and small companies and maintains a strong presence in international business. Known for its excellent schools, miles of countryside open space, great restaurants, and premium shopping centers, Thousand Oaks ranks among the top 10 safest cities in the nation and is also celebrated as the ideal setting to raise a family. With a population of 130,000, Thousand Oaks is located in Ventura County, bordering the greater Los Angeles area. Popular tourist destinations, International Airport, and numerous attractions are just a short drive away. Leaving the frenetic lifestyle to LA, Thousand Oaks instead invests in a slower, small-town feel while affording all the comforts and refinements expected of a modern metropolitan area.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. there's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the VC alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Thousand Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle, now taking riders to the Moorpark Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50 and $1.25 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.